question is like, what do people talk about when they talk about white Americans? And maybe they don't. Maybe they only talk about Americans. But I want to see if we can go into this.
I wouldn't say they talk about white Americans. It would be white people in general.
Uh-huh.
And is more so, how do I say this?
You can't offend anybody because you're not talking about you. You're talking about the conversation in your country. So don't worry about offending anyone.
It's really most of our interaction with white people from home is when a few number come to the country as expatriates or what we see off the media. So we don't really have like a defined view of them, apart from the fact that when the British came and they ruled over us, and the way they installed our country, how it is, how it came to be, and how they like said some of our hairstyles were bad or stuff like that. So apart from that, that's really what comes to mind when I think of white people, not white Americans.
Okay. So when you think about coming to the U.S., where are you going? Where were you coming to? Like, who's here in the United States?
When I think about that,
we go back to when you were preparing to come to the U.S.
So when I first came, I came with the perceptions of all I knew about the U.S. from TikTok, Twitter, or what I see on CNN, stuff like that. But when I first came and I met white Americans, Black Americans, my opinions started to change. At first, when I first came, they were like really nice people. You talk to at the airport, you talk to a white person there, and they're very welcoming into the place. Mm-hmm. And I think I've been here for like 2 years now. So by now, I think it's not they're being nice. It's more so work ethic. So the customer service is really good. So people are taught at work to be welcoming, regardless of where you're coming from. Mm-hmm.
And have you noticed a difference between white Americans and Black and brown Americans? Your experiences. Just focus on you, not like what you've heard. Just focus on you in these 2 years. By the way, do you like? Is this not? Haven't you always wanted to ask an African this? You know what I mean? Like, fuck, my whole life I've been waiting to ask an African that question right there. You got here to the U.S. What's the difference that you've seen between your interactions with white people and Black and brown people? Right.
Okay, so first off, when I came, I would say there's a point of privilege that Americans in general all have. Mm-hmm. They live in a different world that is normal to them. So that was like the first shock.
So Americans in general.
Americans in general.
All Americans.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. Got it. Which changes the game. That's kind of how we ended class last time and talking to Maya, right? Yeah. It's like, whoa, hang on a second, right? Okay, go ahead.
And for white Americans, the couple of them that met me, that came towards me, and the freshman year, talking to people, a lot of them are curious, very curious, from where you're from. Although they already have like perceptions about Africans in general, because when I first came, I didn't actually see myself as African. Yes, I am African, but back home, like nobody says, yeah, I'm African. You say where you're from, your tribe, and then your nationality. So you have to get used to answering questions from white people like, oh, so you're from Africa. Actually, I've been to Zambia or something like that. And you have to like answer in a way that is nice, because you also understand that they're trying to like relate to you in some form.
Yeah.
but still it has no relation to me because I've never been to Zambia. I've never been to even the northern parts of my country.
So right. So that would be like someone going there and you saying, "Oh yeah, you're from North America. You're from the U.S. Oh, I was in Mexico. I was in Cancun once."
yes.
Yeah.
Basically.
So you see that, right? Y'all get that. Or like Ecuador. Oh, I was in Brazil. It's like, yeah, okay, right, okay, all right. But you find, but what I'm hearing though is what you're finding with white Americans is that they're curious. And how is that for you?
It's both. It's nice. It's interesting because you can see when someone is genuinely like curious about where you're from, has no idea, like has never been to the continent, sees like you have a whole different way of life. And often when I say I'm from the Yoruba tribe, especially when you say tribe,
Yeah.
like there's like a glow in their eyes. It's like, oh, you're from this tribe. And then,
Even to hear you say tribe, because we learn that you can't say tribe, man. I mean, we learned that. Tribe is a thing that we talked about that has a negative connotation to it. Tribe is connected to uncivilized, like it's a word from way in the past, right? So we've kind of learned to not say that. But go ahead. Yeah.
just on what you said, I did realize that because there was a time I had a conversation with my friends, and it was about a popular YouTuber, KSI, and I was like, oh yeah, he's from the Yoruba tribe too. And when they heard me say tribe, they were like, oh wow, like, do I know his uncle or something? Do I know his dad or something? And
Yeah.
like, so I learned then that every time I said tribe, they already had like this old school, like me holding spears and
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah. Right, exactly. That's the thing. That's what we get.
Yeah.
It's like you and camels, you know? It's like tribe represents, again, uncivilized, spears, walking around with half clothing on sort of thing. But we understand that people still, that's really, really important. And there's, I mean, in Nigeria, how many tribes? Like, I mean, there's hundreds.
There's like 200 tribes.
Yeah, 270. I think it's 270 something.
Yeah, it's more
right?
than 200. Yeah.
But there's three main, the
Tribes,
largest. Yeah. So I'm gonna step off of this a second, but I just want to point something out. Did you hear him make a reference to being from the continent? Like Africans say this, right? Sub-Saharan Africans. Do North Africans say that? You go, the continent. That means Africa. Do you say that? Like in Tunisia? Yeah. Like you don't get that here in the United States. That's the thing, because that's the center of humanity, of the continent. It's the motherland to all of us. So, it's just interesting how you threw that out there, a language thing. Okay. Thanks, man. We're going to come back to you. Stella, I don't remember. Well, wait. I know. Can you? Oh, no, we can't do that. All right, never mind. Stella, it's the same question. I don't remember what it was. Yeah, what do people in your country, we're going to do Korea here, okay? What do people in your country say about white Americans?
I don't exactly know, like how they would respond when
Hold
they
it close.
Oh, I think people.
No. What? Just in general, like what's the is there a conversation? Because maybe there isn't. So sorry to interrupt, but yeah. Okay, go ahead.
So there are a lot of foreigners featured in like TV shows in these days in Korea. So, and most of them are actually mainly white. So when people in Korea think of foreigners, white Americans are almost instant stereotype
Okay.
how they would think of as a foreigner.
Hold the mic really
Okay.
steady. So so in Korea, when you're thinking about your experience, this is your experience, by the way. So understand and especially if you're watching the live stream and going, oh, that's not how we do it here. Look, this is their experience. So you might have a different experience, or anybody in the class. It's all good. So when people think about foreigners, like from the West anyway, it's associated with white.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be Tay here. Like it.
Sorry, no.
No. Okay. All right. So what do they say? Like what's like a?
So stereotypical white, so I would say. So they're usually blonde, blue eyes. So people would say something about appearance, like being beautiful. That's usually like how would they think in the first place, like instantly.
Uh-huh.
Culturally,
Wait, hang on. Whiteness is associated with blonde and blue eyes. Okay.
yeah,
All right. Okay. That's big.
yeah.
Yeah. All right. And is that seen as the most, and you're saying that's kind of seen as the more, maybe more beautiful or more? Okay. All right. Go ahead.
I actually like have been out of Korea for so long that I don't know how recent like
No, but
Koreans would
go
be.
to your experience back because,
Go to my experience of
yeah, just your experience in Korea. How did you, when you were young, think about?
Okay, so my uncle was Canadian and he was blonde and blue eyes, and that's how I spoke English, how I learned to speak English.
Uh-huh.
So I was never afraid of like talking to foreigners in the subways when they needed help or something like that. But most of my friends, like who were educated and born and raised in Korea, were usually like they would not step up to talk to them because I don't know, we're like it looks like even though we're in the same space, it separated us from different like culture, like different space.
Uh-huh. Okay. So let me ask this to you. So you're from,
Here, I'll stop this temporarily because I do want to watch the whole video. It seems like Yakub has awakened, and got up on the wrong side of the bed, and seems like he doesn't basically understand the basic dynamics of American culture. So while I appreciate you are offended because apparently something basic you believe is being challenged. Frankly, I barely know you. I seems like I've seen you in Be Brave's chat. Bottom line is you are clueless, just like Be Brave is. Y'all spout all this lowbrow, low IQ bullshit about something you don't understand. And my job is to teach you, apparently. So you stay tuned. And at some point, you can even hit the link so I can trash you up here on the panel. I'll have fun doing it. But, son, I know what I'm talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. And reverse racism, we do agree that there really is no reverse racism. There is racism. Reverse racism is like a MAGA talking point. So take it up with Trump and his little acolytes. I don't think white people are discriminated at all. Some of the stuff they're talking about, the white male is under threat and all that bullshit. White males are a threat to themselves due to the overwhelming mediocrity. Look at Trump. He's mediocre at best. He has literally spent a life failing upwards. I suspect if Trump hadn't been born rich, he would be nowhere near where he is now. So that's my viewpoint. If you don't agree with it, that's fine. You're not important enough for me to worry about. So let's continue with this.
the more upper middle class,
Yeah,
upper class.
yeah,
Okay.
I would say so.
How do people in your class talk about or
And
think
at
about
this rate, you'll
poor
never
white
get a wrench,
Americans?
Yakub. You need to be nicer in my chat.
How do you, just here, even in the United States, when you're like outside of State College or you go to Walmart in State College and you're seeing all these white people who are not rich and white and beautiful and whatever, like how are they perceived? Like do they enter the conversation? Is that
How I interact?
no, how do you perceive them?
I feel like I'm not going to answer the direction that you would answer, but I've been in the US for so long that I just see like when I see people in Walmart, I'll see like there are people in Walmart.
They're Americans.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's different than in Korea, right? Mm-hmm. So what do people in Korea? Let me ask you this, right? Is there anything that people associate with your experience, right?
Okay.
Koreans, even Koreans here, like they associate with white people.
So,
What do people associate with white people?
okay, rich could be one. Wealthy, like American dreams could be in mind. Marvel.
Wait, so you're telling me that people overlook poor white people? They're not thinking about poor white people.
No, not usually.
Okay, that's my experience also.
Yeah, I don't think.
Yeah, and somebody needs to tell Be Brave that nobody gives a fuck about whether he's a bottom feeder or not. White people don't pay attention to poor white people. He would have a better argument since he says he's a socialist. He would have better arguments if he just concentrated on class. But his just like his racist attitudes just overwhelm any good argument he might have about working class or working poor. He's just he's Be Brave, and he's entitled to his opinion, and I'm entitled to tell him he's an idiot.
I don't know. Like, I don't think people think about poor
Good
white
morning, Black
people when they
Manta.
think about like white people.
Mm-hmm.
I think they just, I don't know, what you search on Google image, like white people, like that would what Koreans would also think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you say that in Nigeria, the same thing?
Not really.
How often do people think of white people and break down the classes? Upper class white people, middle class white people, working class, poor white people. Is that ever a conversation?
I would say it's never really a conversation, and the few times we think of white people in general, it's more like, yeah, upper class.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is actually really illuminating, right? To me, it's like, whoa, when most white people aren't rich. And that, is this kind of conversation. I will lead.
Hi.
All right. Back in Saudi Arabia, how do y'all think and talk about white people?
Okay. I didn't want to go first because I want to think about it a little bit.
Okay.
But I want to say that in Saudi, the place where I live in, like in the eastern side from Saudi, we do have a good realization of how white people is, because we do have a lot of like white Americans working at Aramco for like the oil company, and they've been working there like from the 50s or like even before that.
Yeah, and so the Eastern Province is really where Aramco is centered, and so when someone says they live in the Eastern Province, it's like they're working for
Yeah. So
Aramco. Can you just say what Aramco is?
Aramco is the largest oil company in the world, and it's centered in Saudi Arabia.
And they
Bahrain.
control your lives. All right. So
Kind
go
of.
ahead.
It's
Ah, they do. They control the world. All right, go ahead. Okay, so white people.
Yeah. So from like my point of view, I have like talked to white people before, and I've been taught by some white Americans, like in the class I've taken before. So from my point of view, I have talked to Americans that I do know how like how they think about us. Once they're there at Saudi, they just say we did have like a bad idea about Saudi and how they're like really like most of them are terrorists and stuff like that, and they're not good people, and they all hate like white Americans or like Americans in general. So
they don't hate.
So before coming, they're like scared. They say they feel that we're all hating them, but once they're there in Saudi and they do see the community there, they change their minds. So from my point of view, like Saudis in general, like in all parts of Saudi, they do know that there are like a good percentage of Americans who hate Saudis, and I know that.
So hang on. So let me be clear, right? So in Saudi Arabia, there is the sense that a lot of Americans really hate do not like Arabs and Arab Muslims and Saudis in particular.
Yeah, it's especially clear because every like, I don't want to get into politics, but whenever like a U.S. president want to like run as a candidate,
Yeah.
the first thing he's gonna do is like he's gonna try like saying bad things about Saudi. I'm gonna make them the pariah and stuff like that. So once I know that like whenever you're running as a candidate, you want to get as much votes as you can.
Yeah.
So if you want to like say some hate speech about some people and you're gonna get some more votes, what does that mean?
Okay, wait. All right, hang on. Yeah. Oh my God. All right, but hang on. I'm gonna just sidestep that question for a second, not because I don't want to go down that path.
Okay.
It's an interesting path.
Okay.
Do you make a distinction in Saudi Arabia between white people and other people in the United States?
The topic of race isn't really like a really popular topic. I think even when you look at the ID, you wouldn't find like race as a thing.
Okay.
Like
okay.
here in the US, I've especially like whenever like
That's an interesting point he makes. It's really Europe and the quote Western countries that think about race. And that's kind of natural because Western civilization, especially the Enlightenment, invented race. So other countries, why would they think of racism, white people, black people? They aren't, in their ethos, they're not really trained like Westerners are. In the United States, is literally fundamentally based on race. It's economics. It's very economics at the beginning was based on race. And people, and I will get into it a little bit later in the show. Essentially, this idea of a patriotic education is basically meant to starve kids of actually knowing American history. If they did, then a lot of this stuff that people like, the stuff that MAGA wants to put would be glaringly in error. MAGA doesn't want American kids to understand what America really is. They want basically apple pie and American exceptionalism, and people like Yakub just get like they spin up when presented with an actual mirror up to the face of America.
U.S. officer stops me. He asks me like, "What's your race?" Or like, and because it's not like mentioned there, it's like white, but I'm not white.
Okay.
Because Middle Easterns are
Okay.
white in there.
All right. Okay, but go back to Saudi.
Okay.
When people are talking about America, do they ever talk about the different racial groups in the United States? Talk about black people and white people and Asians, or is that part of the conversation?
Yes, of course, especially when the Black Lives Matter thing happened, and like there was this backlash. Like there was like in Saudi, especially there was like some conversations about how like things is happening in the US, like because people there start like in Saudi, they think that US people are sometimes racist to the minorities.
Okay, hang on. So there is a conversation about how white people, because you said U.S. people, but what you're talking about is
Yes,
white people
white American.
are
White
can
Americans.
or sometimes or often or whatever the case is. What would you say? Sometimes, often.
I would say sometimes when there's something viral happening.
Then it's like it's racism and white people are being racist.
Right. And it isn't like Americans, it's just generally the West. I would
The
say.
West, okay.
Yeah,
So like
from the Middle Eastern like point of view, it's just the West, like
Okay.
Europe and the US. Most
Okay.
probably it's the US because a lot of things happen here.
But when you talk about racism, who do you have in mind? Who do people have in mind? White people in Europe and in the U.S.?
I wouldn't say that.
No, you would, or you want
what-
to say that?
No, I wouldn't say that because what do you mean when I think of racism, I think of
No,
white
no, no.
people.
When you're having a conversation in Saudi Arabia about racism, about the United States and racism in the United States, and you say, oh, yeah, but there's this racism in the US, Americans are being racist. Which Americans? White Americans or black Americans?
So, yeah, white Americans.
Or brown Americans, not Asians. So, like Stella, people look like Stella.
I haven't heard like some things like talking about like black and like Hispanics or something like that. It's
It's just
mostly like white
people
beings, something like doing something to minorities.
doing something to minorities.
I think a better argument, and he's a young kid, but one of the problems with arguments like this is when you say white people, it's better to aim the criticism of racism at the culture or the history or some institution. You make arguments that people can't. You make the sort of argument that people want to personalize when you put people in it. It's better to criticize the institutions, culture, law, that sort of thing.
And including maybe doing something against Arabs.
Yeah.
Hey, 12th man.
Is there, so you have the idea that, yeah, a lot of Americans don't like Arabs. Do you have the idea that black people don't like Arabs? Black Americans don't like Arabs, or is it white Americans?
I think because here in the US, we're a minority like them. So they do like feel us because there is some like hate, not against Arabs, let's say just Muslims at this point.
Okay,
Because-
all right. So when I'm looking around, so here, I want to just stay with this. I'm trying not to, by the way, I'm trying not to put words in his mouth, right? I'm trying to just clarify. It's like really, so when I look around the room and I see, well, Damilare doesn't count because he's Nigerian, but you wouldn't know that. You would just you'd assume he's Black American. But when I look around the room and I see black people, so most Saudis back home, if they were here, they would assume like, okay, black people, all these people here experience some racism at the hands of white people. So like they would kind of understand where you're coming from, and white people are the problem.
I would say just like generally speaking. It's
Generally
not-
speaking, yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
yeah.
not everyone, because there are some people from all different races. I've been like through some experiences where people were like racist to Arabs or to Muslims.
Yeah, okay, I got you. No, and Arabs, and we're not even talking about the racism among Arabs, right? So we can go there and by Arabs toward other people, right? We can go there in a hot minute, but that's not on the subject today. So,
Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. It is Wednesday, I think. As you can tell by the title of the show, and actually the title of the show was a comment somebody made a few days ago. I'll remind everybody, or I'll remind people who are new to the channel that usually my show titles don't really describe the show. Usually I just, something funny that somebody says in the chat, if it makes me laugh, I'll usually just title a show on it. So most times the titles are kind of random. They don't necessarily have anything to do with the show. However, there's a happy coincidence today because most of this show is going to be kind of dedicated to, news articles, of course, but over the past, 24, 36 hours, I've been seeing a lot of Charlie Kirks, talking about kind of eliminating or drastically scaling back civil rights law. There's some people that think that, hey, we are indeed post-racial. The United States is indeed post-racial, and we don't even need civil rights laws or protected classes or voting rights laws or anything like that. And I respond to that with a chuckle. Like apparently American history is taught so badly that people don't understand that these are things that don't change just because you pass a civil rights law. And, you'll kind of see this theme as we go through the show. And the news has kind of helped me is going to help me make the points. Essentially, Trump, you'll see in some of these news articles, basically thinking that American exceptionalism is under attack. American culture is under attack. That's why, you want mass deportations. They don't want Hispanics coming in and changing the culture. They don't want, I think, now that I think of it, I just thought about Vivek Ramaswamy talking to Ann Coulter, where Ann Coulter told Vivek that, you know what, I agree with a lot of your points. I agree with a lot of your campaign rhetoric, but I couldn't vote for you because you're Indian. Now, Vivek Ramaswamy was born in the United States. I think he's first generation. But Ann Coulter's point was, look, you don't have the deep American roots. You're fundamentally still Indian. That's what she was trying to tell him. And I think that Ann Coulter, along with Donald Trump, are two of the most American public figures I can think of. They are essentially racist, and they have an idea of what American culture is. And they have taken, I say that MAGA is basically faux populist. MAGA is really oligarchs like, Donald Trump or Elon Musk or Peter Thiel. Excuse me. They are, sorry, my throat's getting dry. Essentially, MAGA are oligarchs dressed in flannel shirts, riding on the back of the working class into power. And they hit these oligarchs. And I think the perfect example is Steve Bannon, who is a rich man. By the way, he was a former naval officer. I've never looked into, his background past the naval officer part, but he is a rich man pretending to be kind of working class. He dresses in the Carhartt jacket. He's got 2 days worth of stubble. He actually looks like someone who might work with his hands, but he really doesn't. What MAGA has done is taken the grievances of the working class, the white working class specifically, and they have weaponized those grievances. These people see problems or see threats in in Hispanics coming in and changing the culture. They see threats in civil rights law because they have been educated to believe that, every time they go up for a job, and this is white male specific, if I didn't get into Harvard, but some black kid got into Harvard, it's automatically affirmative action. That black person couldn't have gotten in without help, without help. And in my opinion, it was always kind of, this attitude was always just below the surface. And when Barack Obama got elected into office, it just kind of erupted. And people will say, well, oh, hey, we elected the first black president. He couldn't have gotten it. He couldn't have gotten in if America was so racist. And I basically say the reason Barack Obama got in wasn't so much that he's such a great candidate, and he was, by the way, but it was basically the weakness of his opponents. But I think what happened is when Obama got elected, a lot of people started coming out of the woodwork. There was, like the Tea Party, there was all kinds of spirited opposition once he got into office. And the Tea Party basically morphed into MAGA. And we are basically seeing a backlash to Obama. That White House press corps dinner where Barack Obama went after Donald Trump. Donald Trump was in the audience. That basically was the night Donald Trump became the next president. And ever since that White House press corps dinner, Donald Trump has had it in for Barack Obama in particular, Democrats in general, and the left even more broadly. And he has been able to hone or harness white grievance, and specifically the be brave type of white grievance, into power. And now that he's in power, he wants to do things like whitewash American history. He wants to substitute real education and actual education for a patriotic education. The mass deportations, which I believe, the crux of it, is right. The thing is we see what he's really trying to do. He's not just trying to get people who are undocumented and criminal out. He's looking to get everybody out. If you are not a U.S. citizen, and at that, a birthright citizen, then you are suspect. So, I'll be making these points as we go through the show. I've got a bunch of news articles, and then I've got some videos at the end that are basically for the Yakubs of the world are going to be boring because they're historians talking about things like the 14th Amendment, Reconstruction, birthright citizenship, and that sort of thing. And basically, the title of the show is pretty much going to be the theme, because I've been kind of collecting bits and pieces and videos and stuff like that, and might as well just get it out of the way today. And then we can start fresh tomorrow with, another part of American culture that needs to be critiqued. What's up, Ryan? Ryan, the title has nothing to do with, you know what, Ryan? I don't even understand what this means. People basically don't see the question mark at the end of it. And absolutely, MAGA thinks diversity is racist. The whole theme of the white males being the most racially discriminated against is reality. It's in the MAGA rhetoric. You see it almost daily. That's why they wanted to scrap DEI. DEI had nothing to do with job performance or anything like that. Basically, DEI as a hiring practice was basically casting a wide net. People that wouldn't ordinarily be considered for certain types of jobs would be considered and included in DEI. DEI wasn't necessarily about race. Veterans were part of DEI programs, etc. So you keep sputtering, and I'll keep correcting or trying to correct for your sputter, and we will sally forth. And by the way, the link is posted at the top, but I would prefer, everyone come in after the news articles. But the regulars who feel comfortable up here are welcome, as long as they're not too disruptive, 12th man. And the Yakub, I can only welcome you to the audience, and hopefully you'll learn something. If you put aside your obvious closed mind, you'll be okay. And excuse me, I'm having all kinds of voice issues this morning. But just buckle your seatbelts, Yakub. You'll learn something. So let's get right into some news stories here. First one, I guess post-mortems of the Russia and European heads of state encounters that Trump had. This is kind of a summary. It's called Here's What Russia and Ukraine Have Demanded to End the War.
You're listening to Here's What Russia and Ukraine Have Demanded to End the War, a news story written by Sammy Westfall and Mary Ilyushina and read by an AI-generated voice. Moscow and Kyiv appear to remain far apart on what terms they would accept to end the war that began with Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, amid a rapid run of diplomacy that included talks between President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin in Alaska, followed by a White House summit between Trump, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, and European leaders. The Russian leader has maintained maximalist conditions for any potential settlement to the bloodiest war in Europe since World War II. Ukraine and Russia remain at an impasse over key issues, including the matter of a ceasefire as negotiations proceed. Russian demands that Ukraine cede territory and security guarantees for a post-war Ukraine. After the Trump-Putin meeting on Friday in Alaska, which ended early without a deal, Trump said, "Many points were agreed to, and very few are left." After his subsequent meeting with Zelensky, he said peace was within reach, but he has spelled out few details, and wide gulfs seem to remain. Moscow spelled out detailed demands in a document handed to Ukrainian representatives during a round of direct negotiations in June. Russian state media outlets published the memorandum on the settlement of the Ukrainian crisis. Whether all of those positions stand, or some have been amended in talks, is unclear. Trump said Monday he is trying to set up a direct meeting between Ukraine, Russia, and the United States as soon as we can. Here is where Russia and Ukraine stand on a deal: territory. 3.5 years into the war, Russia controls about 1/5 of Ukraine. Moscow says it wants to keep that and then some. The Kremlin has ruled out ceding any of the land it has seized. Russia annexed Crimea, including Sevastopol, in 2014, although it remains internationally recognized as part of Ukraine. Since Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022, it has illegally annexed other regions, including all of Luhansk, much of Donetsk, and large parts of Kherson and Zaporizhia. But Ukraine continues to hold strategic territory in Donetsk. In its June memorandum, Russia said a key parameter of a final settlement is the international legal recognition of the incorporation of all 5 of those regions into the Russian Federation. In an essay published in 2021, Putin argued that Russia and Ukraine were one people, a single whole, and that Ukrainian sovereignty was possible only in partnership with Russia. He accused the West of using Ukraine as an aggressive anti-Russia project. Zelensky has long emphasized that Ukraine would not surrender sovereign territory. He said ahead of his meeting with Trump that the issue of territory is so important it should only be discussed at the trilateral: Ukraine, the US, Russia. Trump said Monday after meeting with Zelensky that we need to discuss the possible exchange of territory, while taking into account the current war lines. Swapping land to Russia remains unpopular in Ukraine and would pose constitutional challenges. Russia's terms also include demilitarizing Ukraine, which would leave the country with a small army incapable of deterring future attacks. Moscow's demands as of June included establishing a maximum number of Ukrainian armed forces, weapons, and their permissible characteristics. The Kremlin also said it would need confirmation that Ukraine did not possess and would not accept nuclear weapons. Ukraine gave up its Soviet-era nuclear weapons in 1994 in exchange for security guarantees from Russia that have not borne out. Neutrality and security guarantees. To justify his aggression in Ukraine, Putin cited the possibility of further expansion of NATO. Ukrainian membership in NATO, a defense alliance that requires member states to defend fellow members if they are attacked, is anathema for Putin. In June, Russia said a key parameter of a peace agreement would be the neutrality of Ukraine, a refusal to join military alliances and coalitions, as well as international treaties that break neutrality. Zelensky has said he sees eventual Ukrainian membership in the alliance as a key security guarantee. Ahead of this week's meeting, Zelensky also said he considers EU accession to be part of security guarantees. In a social media post on Sunday, Trump said that for Ukraine, there is no getting back Crimea and no going into NATO. Some things never change, Trump said. NATO is larger than it was before the war began. Sweden and Finland were spurred to join. But U.S. commitment to the alliance has increasingly come into question under Trump. During the war, Russia has framed itself as fighting an existential battle against the collective West because of NATO's support for Kyiv in its fight against Russia. Under Article 5 of the NATO treaty, if a member country is attacked, other alliance members will consider it an armed attack on all members and take appropriate action. U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff told Fox News a day ahead of Zelensky's White House visit that the United States is potentially prepared to be able to give Article 5 security guarantees, but not from NATO, directly from the United States and other European countries, with the United States in a supporting role. Witkoff said Putin agreed to robust security guarantees while meeting with Trump, although Russia did not make public specific concessions. After meeting with Trump on Monday, Zelensky said the U.S. and European leaders discussed security guarantees. As of June, the Kremlin had ruled out the presence of foreign peacekeepers in Ukraine, especially from NATO countries. It said a peace agreement would require a ban on military activity of third states on the territory of Ukraine. Sanctions relief. U.S. sanctions imposed on Russia by the Biden administration have weakened the Russian economy and hindered its military sector. Trump has signaled a willingness to discuss easing sanctions as part of a peace deal. Publicly, the Kremlin maintains that all sanctions are illegal and must be lifted. Privately, however, Moscow would welcome any relief from U.S. sanctions, as it would undermine Western unity in enforcing economic restrictions, according to analysts. Russia is particularly interested in lifting restrictions on transnational payments and the sale of gas and oil. In its June memorandum, the Kremlin said it required a gradual restoration of diplomatic and economic relations with third countries. It also asked for the lifting of all economic sanctions between Russia and Ukraine. In a trade spat with India, Trump has pressured the country to stop buying Russian oil. One of the most significant measures Russia faced was the freezing of over $300 billion in Russian central bank assets held in the West. The European Union last year adopted a plan to use the interest generated from these frozen assets to support Ukraine. Last year, Putin condemned this strategy as theft. Paris has proposed using the assets as collateral, allowing them to be seized if Moscow were to violate a potential ceasefire agreement. In its June memorandum, the Kremlin said an agreement would require a waiver of mutual claims in connection with damage caused in military operations, return of civilians and soldiers. Zelensky on Monday said a key part of a deal would be the return of thousands of abducted children to Ukraine. This should be one of our main priorities also in these negotiations, to make sure that the children come back to Ukraine to their families, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said at the White House on Monday. Zelensky also said he wants to bring home imprisoned soldiers and civilians, including journalists. In May, Russia and Ukraine exchanged hundreds of prisoners.
So that's kind of a wrap up from the past few days of negotiations and humiliations. By the way, Putin just humiliated Donald Trump, and I was actually kind of sad to see that. You know, he is president, so you know, you don't want to see your president humiliated on U.S. soil, for that matter. Kind of shameful. So let's switch gears. Washington, D.C., the next few articles are kind of concerning the occupation, Occupy D.C. Jeanine Pirro's office won't pursue gun charges over carrying rifles and shotguns. That seems like it's literally an invitation to the Kyle Rittenhouses from rural Virginia and Maryland.
You're listening to Pirro's office won't pursue gun charges over carrying rifles, shotguns, a news story written by Salvador Rizzo and read by an AI-generated voice. Federal prosecutors in D.C. have been instructed not to seek felony charges against people who are carrying rifles or shotguns in the nation's capital, regardless of the strength of the evidence, according to U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro, and an email reviewed by the Washington Post. The new policy, which Pirro said was crafted by the Justice Department and its Solicitor General, marks a break with past practice. Prosecutors have used the D.C. law at issue, which prohibits carrying shotguns or rifles, with narrow exceptions for permit holders, to charge defendants in several high-profile incidents, including a 2019 shotgun attack in Northeast Washington and the Pizzagate shooter who targeted a restaurant in the city's Chevy Chase neighborhood with an AR-15 rifle and a handgun in 2016. The shift comes at an unexpected time, just as the Trump administration ramps up federal law enforcement to unprecedented levels on the streets of D.C. in a bid to decrease crime rates, and complicates the White House's boasts of seizing dozens of guns as part of President Donald Trump's surge. The White House said the enhanced law enforcement teams had seized 68 firearms as of Tuesday morning. Pirro, an ally of Trump who was confirmed as D.C.'s top federal prosecutor this month, said her office would continue charging crimes of violence or firearms trafficking that involve shotguns or rifles. There is no indication that D.C. prosecutors plan to stop charging people found to be illegally possessing handguns, which account for the bulk of firearms offenses in the district. In a statement to the Post, Pirro said Tuesday night that D.C.'s blanket prohibition on carrying shotguns or rifles is clearly a violation of the Supreme Court's holdings in two landmark cases expanding the right to bear arms, District of Columbia versus Heller from 2008, and New York State Rifle and Pistol Association v. Bruin from 2022. The Supreme Court held in the first case that individuals may possess firearms in their homes for purposes such as self-defense, invalidating a handgun ban that the district had in place at the time. In the Bruin case, the justices said any gun control regulations that are not rooted in U.S. historical tradition should be struck down by lower courts. Without question, President Donald Trump and I are committed to prosecuting gun crime, Pirro said in the statement. This unprecedented number of gun case prosecutions in both federal and local court is only done consistent with the Constitution and the laws of the land. Regarding the new policy, Pirro added, "Nothing in this memo from the Department of Justice and the Office of Solicitor General precludes the United States Attorney's Office from charging a felon with the possession of a firearm, which includes a rifle, shotgun, and attendant large-capacity magazine, pursuant to D.C. Code 22, 4503. What it does preclude is a separate charge of possession of a registered rifle or shotgun. The U.S. Attorney's Office in D.C. is the only one in the country that prosecutes local street crimes in addition to federal cases. D.C. law makes it a crime for people to carry rifles or shotguns outside their homes or places of business without permits, which are rarely granted. The district does not have reciprocity laws that allow people to carry firearms with permits from other jurisdictions, a frequent point of contention for Second Amendment rights groups. First-time offenders can be fined and imprisoned up to 5 years if convicted. The D.C. Attorney General's office has limited jurisdiction over local crime, with the power to prosecute juvenile offenses and certain adult misdemeanors, but not firearms-related felonies. Authorities recovered 98 rifles and 38 shotguns in the district in 2023, the most recent year for which data is available, along with 2,842 pistols and revolvers, according to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. Not all firearms in the data were used in crimes, the ATF said. Trump.
Yeah, I'm going to stop it right there. We kind of get the gist. Ryan, I agree. Everything was fine until the federal government got in on it and further corrupted it. Well, I'm going to basically say once the government got a hold of it, that was the beginning of DEI becoming corrupted. My one criticism, though, and much like affirmative action and other types of leveling the playing field type policies, instead of going in and fixing it or modifying it, basically scrapping it kind of does a twofer. And you know, where I don't know, if it were left up to me, I would go in and try and fix it, try to make it work better. But if you are a racist like Donald Trump and basically MAGA as a movement, you get rid of it. You didn't want it in the first place. So that is one of my biggest grievances. We don't fix programs, we just scrap them. And that is where, you know, my charge of racist and racism is leveled. You just get rid of it because you didn't want it in the first place. So next article, we're going to stay with DC for some reason or another. And I have a video that I can't find on this topic the Justice Department investigating DC over alleged fake crime data, which probably isn't true. And a former police commissioner of DC just kind of chuckled. That's probably false. I don't know why. I think the reason investigations like this are started is basically the optics. I don't think they hope to find any discrepancies.
You're listening to Justice Department investigating DC police over alleged fake crime data, a news story written by Perry Stein and Emily Davies, and read by an AI-generated voice. The Justice Department is investigating whether Washington, D.C. police manipulated data to make crime rates appear lower, escalating tensions between the Trump administration and local officials who have repeatedly cited drops in violent crime to protest the need for a federal takeover of law enforcement. The criminal probe, being run out of the D.C. Federal Prosecutor's Office, led by U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro, is expected to examine the actions of multiple police officials, according to 3 people familiar with the investigation, who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss private deliberations. D.C. gave fake crime numbers in order to create a false illusion of safety, President Donald Trump wrote on social media Monday night, confirming the existence of the probe. This is a very bad and dangerous thing to do, and they are under serious investigation for so doing, Trump continued. Until 4 days ago, Washington, D.C. was the most unsafe city in the United States, and perhaps the world. Now, in just a short period
Literally
of time,
incorrect.
it is perhaps the safest, and getting better every single hour. It's unclear what crimes the Justice Department could accuse D.C. police officials of committing, but manipulating federal data could constitute fraud, obstruction, or making false statements. The D.C. Police Department put Commander Michael Pulliam on leave in May and began investigating him for allegedly making changes to crime data, NBC Washington reported last month. D.C. Mayor Muriel E. Bowser, Democrat, told the outlet that the police chief had investigated all 7 of the city's policing districts for signs of such manipulation and had concerns only around Pulliam. "We are completing that investigation and we don't believe it implicates many cases," Bowser said. The D.C. Police Department did not immediately respond to a request for comment. The Justice Department declined to comment. Bowser and other local officials have touted a drop in violent crime to push back on Trump's unprecedented action last week to bring in hundreds of National Guard troops and federal law enforcement officers to join local police in fighting what he has called a crime emergency. The officials have cited D.C. police data showing violent crime down 27% over this time last year, with homicides down 11%. "We are not experiencing a spike in crime," Bowser said on MSNBC. "In fact, we're watching our crime numbers go down." Cities across the country experienced significant crime increases during the pandemic, and the rates have since dropped, though D.C.'s elevated level persisted longer than most other cities before it began to decrease. Crime statistics reported by the D.C. police were generally in line with trends seen nationally. The district's violent crimes, which include homicide, aggravated assault, rape, and robbery, fell 10% from 2023 to 2024. In that same time, FBI data showed those crimes across the country decreased 13%. This year, cities including Philadelphia, Chicago, and Los Angeles have seen steep declines in reported incidents. Homicides in Philadelphia, for example, are down 16%, while homicides in Atlanta are down 25%, police department data shows. D.C. officials haven't been the only ones emphasizing Washington's declines. Trump's former interim U.S. attorney for D.C., Ed Martin, issued a news release in April celebrating what he called a 25% drop in the district's violent crime during the first 100 days of the president's second term. Police departments around the country have been accused sometimes of manipulating crime data. Reporting crime often involves individual police officers, detectives, and commanders using their own judgment to categorize incidents that could be classified in multiple ways. Trump and federal officials have said without evidence that D.C. crime is at an all-time high, and the federal takeover of the police force is necessary to make the city safer. D.C. Police Union Chairman Greg Pemberton, who publicly supports the federal takeover of the local police force, said he doubts that crime is as low as the mayor has claimed. "There's potentially a drop from where we were in 2023, Pemberton said on NBC News. I think that there's a possibility that crime has come down, but the department is reporting that in 2024, crime went down 35%, violent crime, and another 25% through August of this year. That is preposterous. We're out on the street. We know the calls we're responding to. The intense scrutiny of the DC Police Department comes as the police force is struggling to retain and recruit officers. The police union has said it has hundreds of vacancies, forcing the city to pay huge amounts of money in overtime to the current 3,100 officers. Katie Metler, Jenny Gathright, and John D. Harden contributed to this report.
Yeah, that's one thing I haven't heard discussed. I think Ryan said it was something like 700 slots that need to be filled. And I've not heard what are the plans because what are the plans post police takeover and post National Guard? Generally, politicians aren't good at thinking ahead. In the Iraq War and the Afghanistan War prove, a kind of proof of concept that end games are never contemplated, and I've never, for the life of me, understood why. So, sticking with DC, the National Guard. We have several states, several Republican states are sending additional National Guard people. For what reason, I have no idea, other than wanting to get in on the game, I guess.
We turn now to the growing presence of the National Guard on the streets in the nation's capital. At least 6 Republican governors say they are sending hundreds more National Guard troops to join the already increased federal law enforcement patrolling D.C. Justice Department correspondent Scott McFarland joins me now from Washington. Scott, why are these other states sending National Guard troops into D.C.?
They each have their own specified reasons. West Virginia's governor says he wants to help restore cleanliness and safety to the nation's capital. Mississippi's governor says it's simply unsafe and there's too much crime in Washington, D.C. The mayor of Washington, D.C. has been open to having that extra federal law enforcement on the ground, but she says we don't need troops, including from these 6 Republican-led states. John, we crunched some numbers with the help of our CBS News data team and with the information given to us about the National Guard troop deployments. There are nearly 2,000 National Guard troops now positioning themselves in and around Washington, D.C. streets and neighborhoods. As it stands now, John, they don't have arrest powers. They're not carrying firearms. We saw them today up close. They have zip ties that they show as their show of force, but that may change as the week progresses.
Are they making arrests? Well, I'm sorry. Are they making a difference in terms of arrests in D.C.?
We went through each court filing submitted so far by the U.S. Justice Department in Washington, D.C. since the beginning of this executive order. And CBS News found one case where the National Guard is credited with helping stop a fleeing suspect, somebody accused of trying to drive illegally onto the National Mall, accused of assaulting a U.S. Park police officer. National Guard held that individual, that man, until police could arrest him. So they're not making the arrest, but they're in position to help detain. But largely, John, they're a visual presence. They're a threat deterrent in very high-profile locations on the National Mall and at Washington's major transit center, Washington's Union Station.
Quick 10 seconds reaction from residents.
The residents of some of the northeast and southeast neighborhoods where crime has been more chronic say they have not seen the Guard or a lot of these federal law enforcement agents. They're wondering why.
As we've said
All
since
right,
day
and,
one, this MS-13.
Damn it. To Ryan's point, and doesn't surprise me at all. Like I've said in the past, I don't really have a problem with what Donald Trump is doing. I think the National Guard is overdoing it. Don't know why. Not even sure why you need more than the DC Guard. But tomorrow, I'm thinking about actually concentrating on DC, but I haven't really thought it through. But what caused this reaction is still kind of fascinating to me. But the Washington Examiner says DC crime and the Trump is bad, but he might be right effect. And I'm just going to read a little bit of it. DC crime and the Trump is bad, but he's right effect. There's something interesting going on in the continuing controversy over President Donald Trump's anti-crime initiative in Washington, D.C. When Trump first announced the move, saying crime in the district is out of control, many Democrats and their media allies denounced it with the argument that crime is, in fact, falling in the district, perhaps even to its lowest point in 30 years. Now, after a week of heightened law enforcement and rising arrests, more and more voices are conceding that Trump is right, that crime really is a serious and ongoing problem in the district. Some of those voices are still opposed to Trump, but at least they are now admitting there is a big problem. Well, I am of the mind, being the pragmatist that I am, I think that these Democratic mayors of large cities probably should have asked for help sooner. It's going to be harder to, for President Trump to invade, especially Democratic states and Democratic cities. However, I've never for the life of me understood why Democratic mayors didn't avail themselves of the extra help. I think if people know that the extra help might be there or might be called upon, it won't stop people from committing crime, but I think it will make people stop and think before they do crime. There's something that I read a while ago. It's kind of like a basic criminology / sociology thing where it's not basically the actual deterrent of crime is knowing you're going to get caught. If you think you can get away with it, you're going to commit the crime. And most people, most criminals overestimate their abilities to get away with crime. It's the getting caught part, and having heavier police presence or even National Guard presence is an actual deterrent to crime. So again, I don't particularly have a problem with what Trump is doing. I have a problem with Trump, but I guess, the Trump is bad, but he's right phenomenon is what I suffer as well. So next story, and again, to Ryan's point about Adams Morgan, the city is dead. DC restaurant reservations drop amid federal crackdown, which again, to me, seems to be kind of counterintuitive. I would think more people would be going out if they know that there's less a chance that they'll experience, any crime or anything negative.
You're listening to The City is Dead. DC restaurant reservations drop amid federal crackdown. A news story written by Tim Carman and Warren Rojas and read by an AI-generated voice. Since President Donald Trump announced his takeover of the DC police force last week, restaurant reservations have dropped in the city by as much as 31% year over year for a single day, according to restaurant booking data. Business owners are concerned that the continued surge in law enforcement could impact their revenue during a vital period of the summer. Several operators say the decline does not bode well for them or the 380 establishments participating in Summer Restaurant Week, which started Monday in the greater DC area. The bargain dining promotion is considered a lifeline for restaurants hoping to survive the doldrums of August, when Congress is on recess, locals are on vacation, and many area residents are gearing up for back-to-school season. One of the goals with the promotion, says Sean Townsend, president and chief executive of the Restaurant Association Metropolitan Washington, is to help the industry make it to Labor Day, when DC springs back to life. This August has been particularly tough on DC restaurants, numerous operators told the Washington Post. They were already dealing with a number of destabilizing issues: rising labor and ingredient costs, soaring rents, federal worker layoffs, U.S. immigration and customs enforcement audits. When the president announced last week that he was sending in troops and federal agents to deal with a city where crime is totally out of control, despite local and federal statistics showing otherwise, It's like drowning, and then someone throws a 100 pounds weight to you, texted one DC restaurateur who asked that his name not be used because he said he was just focused on keeping my businesses alive this week. It's difficult to get an exact read on the state of DC dining since the federalization of local police. On the day of Trump's announcement, the number of online reservations in Washington dining rooms dropped by 16% from the same date the previous year, according to OpenTable. Since then, reservations have dipped almost every day, falling as much as 31% in a single day, compared to the same period in 2024. But on Monday, the first day of restaurant week, OpenTable reservations were up 29% compared to the same day the previous year. Some of the decline in reservations could be attributed to timing. The first week of the takeover, August 11th to 17, ended one day before restaurant week began. Those same dates in 2024 fell during restaurant week, when presumably reservations were increasing as diners scrambled to secure the discounted three-course meals. Townsend with RAMW, which organizes the semi-annual promotion, says that none of the 380 restaurants involved in this year's event, a record number, have reported a drop in reservations for the 7-day run. But at least 2 participating restaurant proprietors told the Washington Post that their numbers are well below last year's bookings. Reservations are low compared to last year, said Mauricio Fraga Rosenfeld, co-owner of El Secreto de Rosita on U Street near 16th Street NW, across the street from a police station where he said federal troops have often assembled before fanning out across the city. The city is dead, Fraga Rosenfeld said. If you walk on the street, there's no feeling. People are scared. You don't see any Latinos on the street. Nick Pimentel, co-founder of L in the Mount Pleasant neighborhood, said he's seen a significant drop in walk-in traffic and reservations since January. But the bottom fell out this month. Compared to last year's summer restaurant week reservations, and even winter restaurant week in January, it's looking like we dropped more than 50%, Pimentel said. The numbers suggest, he added, that this will be the slowest August in L's 7-year history, including during the pandemic-affected summer of 2020. Seeing law enforcement, armored and plain-clothed, in the neighborhood, casing our building and looking into our windows, definitely put guests and staff on edge, Pimentel said. Mount Pleasant and the nearby Columbia Heights and 14th Street areas have seen several arrests of food delivery workers, including a Saturday morning incident in which 6 mostly masked agents wearing police vests tackled a food delivery driver outside of a coffee shop. The president and White House are disputing the numbers. During a Tuesday call into the Fox and Friends morning television show, Trump said his orders have transformed Washington into just an incredible place in literally 4 days. Did you see what's happening with the restaurants? They're bursting, Trump said. They were all closing and going bankrupt. On Monday, Trump disputed local and federal statistics that show crime is declining in the city, claiming in a social media post that DC gave fake crime numbers in order to create a false illusion of safety. A White House spokeswoman sent a statement to the Post, along with a Fox News story indicating that 52 restaurants closed in Washington in 2023, in part due to crime. Dozens of DC small businesses, restaurants, and local shops have closed their doors due to the violent crime that has plagued the city. President Trump's bold leadership will restore our nation's capital by creating opportunities for businesses to flourish without fear of criminals looting and destroying their property. President Trump is delivering on his promise to make DC safer, which will inherently make D.C, more prosperous, spokeswoman Taylor Rogers said in a statement. Busboys and Poets, a chain of community-oriented cafes, has seen a small collective drop in August sales among the 5 locations in Washington, while its 3 suburban outposts are enjoying an uptick, said founder Andy Shalal. The streets seem to be a little bit thinner in certain parts of town, said Shalal.
Yeah. So I'm very interested in why I don't know. I if I lived in DC, I would be out and about. So we go. But we're gonna switch gears. This is extremely interesting. Christy Noam says entire southern border wall will be painted black to stop people from climbing it. I guess there will be some happy painters. I had no idea that people were still trying to climb the wall. But this video here looks pretty interesting. It's basically going to talk about inside the border wall. I'm sorry, inside the life of the troops guarding the southern border.
The president's crackdown on illegal immigration has border crossings from Mexico down to historic lows. The Border Patrol says about 4,400 migrants were apprehended at the border in July, the lowest number for any month on record. But that's coming at a price. The Pentagon told CBS News the estimated cost of border security operations since February is $1.2 billion. Charlie Daggett got a look.
We took off for the border in Arizona with Colonel Hugh Jones.
The border's right below you. There's a wall.
Jones commands a brigade of soldiers guarding that wall, stretching across rugged terrain.
The brigade is spread across 1,044 miles of the southern border.
So that sounds stretched out. How do you figure that out?
Because we can't brute force the border or just occupy it by force, we try to drive that in the smartest way we can, using a lot of the capabilities that we would use in warfare.
Chinook helicopters lifted in heavy equipment while thousands of active duty troops deployed to reinforce the border.
We span 4 U.S. states.
Major General Scott Nauman commands American forces on the border and the Army's Quick Reaction 10th Mountain Division.
What is this assignment doing to overall readiness of the 10th Mountain Division?
Basically, I synchronize all different capabilities and resources to overpower an enemy. What I'm doing here is really no different. I'm not shooting, we're not firing lethal weapons, but we're solving a problem.
These combat units are sealing the border with barbed wire, strategic patrols, and surveillance in the air and on the ground, where Sergeant Anna Harker and Specialist Austin Waters keep close and constant watch.
Americans might be looking at this and say, what do you guys do all day?
We looked out to the border, and whenever we see somebody cross by, we say, contact Border Patrol.
And how long have you been doing this?
Oh, like 3 months.
And in 3 months, you've seen how many people?
I think just 4.
4? The 4?
Yeah. You must be begging to see somebody out there.
Something. A lot of animals.
No one's sure how long those soldiers will be deployed there, John. That is a decision that rests with the president alone.
Charlie, I got another presidential question to ask you on a very different topic. President Trump threatened to send what he called nuclear submarines off the coast of Russia. Can you help us understand what's going on here?
Yeah, so John, that was in response to threats by former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev. And it's important to note here that President Trump very rarely pulls the nuclear card. The Department of Defense has a long-standing policy of not divulging the whereabouts of its fast attack or nuclear armed submarines. Location of those subs is a tightly kept secret. So President Trump's post about moving them around is highly unusual and a strong message to Russia.
Indeed. Charlie Daggett at the...
You know what? I can't ever recall a president talking about moving nuclear submarines. So rarely pulls the nuclear card. Most presidents never pull the nuclear card. So I don't really get it. So anyway, let's stick with the deportations. Abrego Garcia pushes to toss criminal charges he says amount to vindictive prosecution. Kilmar Abrego Garcia's lawyers requested that a federal judge dismiss the human smuggling case against him, claiming it is a vindictive prosecution. They stated that attempts to dismiss cases for selective or vindictive prosecution are rare, but assert this case qualifies. The motion claims government officials, including President Donald Trump, publicly attacked Abrego Garcia, indicating that vindictiveness is clear from the record. Abrego Garcia's attorneys also requested the court to hold a hearing on the government's motives for their actions against him. So we'll see how that works out. But I have a hunch that they have a strong case. And this will be, second to last. Trump White House launches TikTok account. I cannot figure this out other than, he is the social media president. The account's first video featured Mr. Trump speaking with supporters accompanied by audio from his 2016 Republican National Convention speech. TikTok's future in the U.S. remains uncertain. Really? Does it? Due to national security concerns following a law signed by former President Joe Biden, Mr. Trump's stance on TikTok has changed from seeking to ban it during his first term to opposing a ban during his 2024 campaign. I think if the Trump administration has a TikTok account, its survival is assured. Let's see. Do I want this here? Yeah, I guess it belongs here. This next video is probably one of the last MSNBC will be broadcasting. Republican defends using far-right PragerU content to teach elementary students. This is what I was talking about at the beginning of the show. Basically whitewashing American history. And there's another video I saw on this PragerU stuff yesterday, and I didn't think to save it. But one of the things it asserted was so ridiculous. It was, and I apparently it wasn't ridiculous enough because I don't recall it exactly what it was off the top of my head, but hopefully they'll show it in this video.
Donald Trump has attacked and successfully defunded public media and continues to wage an all-out culture war on higher education. But for years, Trump allies have also been eyeing a self-described pro-American kids edutainment company called PragerU. And recently, the Trump administration has been cozying up to it. PragerU was founded by controversial conservative talk show host Dennis Prager. His team creates kid-friendly cartoons and patriotic content that extols conservative values. And despite its name, it's not a university or any kind of accredited academic institution. Still, the White House hosted the nonprofit in June to unveil its so-called Founders Museum, and Education Secretary Linda McMahon lavished praise on it. And as of today, 10 states have approved PragerU as an educational source. And to give you an idea of the kind of history PragerU promotes to children, we want to show you this clip from a cartoon that shows kids traveling back in time to speak to Christopher Columbus and learn about slavery.
Slavery is as
Yeah,
old
this
as
was the
time
one.
and has taken place in every corner of the world, even amongst the people I just left. Being taken as a slave is better than being killed, no? I don't see the problem.
Joining us.
Being a slave is better than being dead. Oh, that is hilarious. And my response to that is, well, why were Africans jumping off ships and drowning themselves if that were the case? I have to look this up, but I remember reading about an account of a ship pulling into Charleston Harbor, and the slaves basically jumped off, the slaves jumped off in Charleston Harbor and drowned themselves in shallow water because they did not want to be slaves. So this part about, I won't get into what I was going to say, but this is what they want to teach our kids, that being a slave is better than being dead. What the fuck?
Now is Republican State Representative Gabe Woolley from Oklahoma, that's one of the 10 states that's using PragerU in some classrooms. And it's good to see you, Representative Woolley. You have used PragerU when you were a teacher. That clip, it just said being taken as a slave is better than being killed. Fake Christopher Columbus basically just said he sees no problem. Have you ever shown that video to students? And do you think that's an accurate and appropriate way to teach about American history?
I have shown the video, and he didn't say that there was no problem. I believe what he said was that slavery was better than death. I think what they're alluding to is that if you're still alive, you have the opportunity for change and for freedom and for reformation to come.
So Gabe, that's not what the video didn't say that. The video didn't say that if you're still alive, you have the opportunity for freedom and change and things to come. You're implying that, and so I would ask, is that what you actually imparted to the students after showing them that video? Because it certainly isn't explicitly stated as part of what we saw in that clip.
Well, when he's talking about slavery being better than death, that would imply that. So obviously the teachers would be able to go into more detail with certain things. These videos are used as supplements. They're not used as the whole lesson. So you would typically go through your curriculum approved by the state and by the district, and then you would supplement things that could add a visual aspect to it, do projects, hands-on activities, and things like this. So there always is the room for more detail to be laid out in the classroom.
But what's the point of
See, this is the tap dance that these MAGA people do. Okay. It's almost like a lot of times people just kind of, a lot of times it seems that people kind of expect you to finish the sentence for them or read their minds. They're right. The video said nothing like that. So if you assume that's what the video means, you're assuming. I would never show something like that to a kid. That's almost like brainwashing. I just can't believe that this guy wants to justify that sort of thing. And Ryan, did you mean do I think that Prager is a reaction? No, Prager. I've been watching PragerU for years. It's these guys have they are contributing to the whitewashing of American history and American culture in general. Dennis Prager is really a piece of work. He is your grandpa. So I'm like, they're actually teaching this to kids, elementary school kids.
of offering Christopher Columbus seemingly downplaying the horrors of American slavery? He's basically saying, oh, I see it all over the place. And he does say there that he doesn't see a problem. And historians, teachers, they have all kinds of materials to teach about U.S. History and slavery to students, including accounts from slaves themselves, describing how horrific that institution was, not just in the United States, but in other parts of the globe. Why turn to something like this that has an open ideological bent? I mean, PragerU doesn't even try to hide that they identify as conservative. Why turn to that when there are so many other good primary sources you could expose your students to?
I think this is just an option. The State Department of Education is not requiring that the schools use this. It's available on their state website. It can be used if you want to use it or not. Whether a district chooses to adopt that is up to them. They have local control in that policy. I anticipate that perhaps some districts will and some districts won't.
So why did you choose to show that video then? If you're saying it's up to you, then it means it's in your classroom. You made a decision. You looked at that video. You heard that video. It's not from any peer-reviewed, accredited, as we've mentioned, academically verified material. Why would you use material that is politically indoctrinating to teach to students? And do the parents of your students know that you are sharing material that is politically and ideologically not academic, to say it very neutrally, and at the very least, right-leaning?
I think Christopher Columbus is an academic figure, is a person from history, and it's talking about how slavery was all over the world, which is absolutely true. And I think it highlights the atrocities of.
Wait, so this clown thinks that was the real Christopher Columbus? Oh my Lord, what? And he was teaching kids? Oh shit.
Slavery. This is a video that I knew I wouldn't have to worry about it having any type of inappropriate content on it. I had viewed the video beforehand, and we have many other things that.
It's better to be a slave? Okay, dude. That's appropriate? Oh my God. The fuck? I'm glad he's not teaching anymore. I hope he's not teaching anymore.
are certainly political in other classrooms. In New York, there's the 1619 Project, things like this that are very controversial as well, that talk about how slavery was basically the reason for the American Revolution was to solidify and protect slavery, which is not true. It was for independence from another nation. So I think it's interesting that we are having this conversation when we've been having.
You know what? What do you think they were doing with their independence? Literally, during the negotiations to end the American Revolution, George Washington demanded that the slaves that went over to the British side be returned as property. So I think that argument that it was about independence is that was the large reason, but independence, they're demanding Black people back because they're property. You don't get away with saying that part of the reason wasn't over property rights. This guy should not be teaching kids.
All these other contents around the classroom, but I see something here that's historically accurate. It adds the visual aspect to it. I think it's just politically charged because people have said that PragerU is far right leaning, but what I've seen in today's day and age, that what the far right, what people are categorizing as the far right, simply seems to be logic and reasoning versus an emotional argument where something is twisted and changed to fit someone's emotions and because they feel uncomfortable about something. And I don't agree with that, much like the 1619 Project.
Do your parents, I was going to say really quick, but do the parents of your students know that you're teaching stuff that is not peer reviewed and academically substantiated?
I have not gone through every video that we've shown. We make sure that it's school appropriate. I have spoken to administration before. I've had other teachers in and out of the classroom. This is something where we find an appropriate video and we utilize it as a supplement for the lesson. Teachers use videos on YouTube all the time. And this is something that I knew would be safe and would not have any particular ads coming up. There have been in classrooms before where you're on YouTube, there are ads that could be inappropriate that would display on the screen, but I can go through the PragerU website and I don't have to worry about that issue.
So these aren't cheap videos. Let's just broaden out a bit. You're a conservative. And so, in this era of Doge and everything is, attempting to be cut. And certainly with education, I know that school lunches, free school lunches, that's always an issue, providing students with food. Is this really the best use of the Department of Education's funding to, it's just not really impressive at all. I don't think it's going to make test scores rise. And increase our, math and science understanding. I'm all for history. I love history, but it just isn't that impressive. Like, why are we wasting money on this kind of content?
I think you have to look at the risk factors when you talk about the content that's being used. I mean, I talked about the ads that come up. I talked about other agendas that could be infiltrated into things. I give the example of the 1619 Project. Oklahoma is a majority red state, and we have a majority Republican body, and we're looking for something that is safe for children, that is historically accurate, that we can sort of get around any of these potential inappropriate things that could creep in through the internet. The internet is very vast. You have to be very careful. So again, I just think that utilizing something like this.
Yeah, I'm going to stop this video here. We get the gist of it. And while I'm thinking about it, everybody, please take the time to hit the like button. If you're new to the show, please make sure you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel and its only show, Stanley versus the World. Please make sure you share it out if you like the show. It is basically, news, commentary, culture, politics, that sort of thing. Not a whole lot of fuckery during the shows, but that tends to come the closer we get to the weekend. And there should be a Saturday show, not 100% positive, but Saturday seems to be a popular option these days. So I'll have to figure out what's going on, what Saturday's theme will be. If you look at the crawl at the bottom, make sure you support the show by supporting the host. You can do that via Cash App or contact me with show ideas. There's my email address, and show titles, the one-liners, keep them coming. They make me coming up with show titles makes my life somewhat easier. I'm never short of show titles. Okay, and then kind of in response to this video, I want to show Heather Cox Richardson, my favorite female historian, and the title of it is "Why Trump Wants to Gut American History." I think she says from museums or schools or something like that. But there's an agenda here. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's an agenda here.
The other thing that a lot of people asked me,
Basically, why Trump wants to gut American history from the Smithsonian.
the other thing that a lot of people asked me, especially because I'm a historian, was about Trump's announcement today that he's going to clean out. Of course, he said this last week. There was an order about it last week, but that he's going to clean out the Smithsonian. The what he considers the woke exhibits in the Smithsonian that say things like, and this is a quote, how bad slavery was, as well as, he says, tear America down. And people asked me how I would respond to that. And let me start by saying a couple of things about how bad slavery was. That's not negotiable in any way. And I often think that privileged Americans like myself don't really understand what it means to have everything about your life owned by someone else. But if I can maybe give you a little bit of a window on that, it is having your firstborn child put on your chest and knowing that somebody can take it away at any time. So the idea that it's a problem to talk about how bad slavery was is a non-starter. So I'm not going to go any further that way. But I want to point out that that has extraordinary modern day implications. That is, when Trump says that, he's not just talking about how enslaved Americans maybe didn't have it so bad. That's not all he is saying. This is a mindset that says that people who are subordinate to a ruling class don't have it so bad. That's where they belong in life. That's sort of the places that will make them happy.
That is literally speaking to Be Brave's point. We live like kings compared to other countries. It's such a fucking mindless critique, or such a mindless thing to say. I really sometimes wonder about his fans. Maybe I don't know what to say, except it is literally a brainless thing to say.
Happy. And this is precisely the language that enslavers used before the Civil War, when they talked about how the world was made up in such a way that most people were what they called mudsills. And a mudsill in that era,
What's up,
was
CKJ3?
literally pieces of wood that were driven into the ground, because of course we didn't have concrete in those days to create foundations, or we didn't have pilings or any of the things that we use nowadays to support buildings. They would literally drive wood into the dirt, into the mud, and those sills, those mud sills, would be the support for the plantation homes above them. And they articulated that most of the world in society, most of the people in society were like those mud sills. They could be worked. They weren't very smart. They didn't really need education, and they didn't need decent food or decent housing, but they were good workers, and they would produce a lot of work that would create value in products like timber or cotton or fish or any of the different ways in which plantation homes and plantation systems made money. Because it wasn't just cotton, there was other stuff they produced as well. I'm not going to go into where those different things happen, but give me that one. But they would produce this value that the people who legally owned them could then sell, and they, the owners, would accumulate the wealth that those people at the bottom produced. And they said, and they told themselves that those people in the mudsill class, by which they define not just Black Americans, but also white Northern operatives, operatives meaning not in the modern term of spies, but people who worked in factories, that this was the way the world worked. And those people were content there. This was perfectly fine to put them there. This is what Trump is saying when he says it's a problem to talk about how bad slavery is. Because if you bring that to the modern day, you are imposing on a world in which Americans expect to be treated equally before the law and to have a say in their government and to have equal access to resources like education and healthcare and jobs, that world that envisions equality is the wrong one. That the world that he sees is one in which the vast majority of us should be just fine in a system in which we're just supposed to work and, let our betters take care of society and the world. It was a truly poisonous statement, and not just because of what it implied about enslavement in America before the Civil War, but also because of what it means in the present, what he is reading back from that.
So I agree with that completely. And I guess that, oops, hold on one sec here. I really kind of fear for America's future, to be honest. At the beginning of the year, I just figured, well, you know what? We survived worse things. I'm sure America will get through this this Trump administration, but we are 7 to 8 months in, and this dude is doing irreparable harm. I'm flabbergasted that there's actually not more pushback, but I think it's going to come. And I do think that a lot of what DC of what's happening in DC is basically, testing out theories. I personally think that at some point when people start really becoming, upset over what the Trump administration is doing, he is basically practicing for putting down popular protest. Now that's my, little conspiracy theory, but I think there's enough evidence to justify. Next up, Mississippi Supreme Court map violates Voting Rights Act. Judge rules. A federal judge has ordered Mississippi to redraw its Supreme Court electoral map after finding the map dilutes the power of Black voters. I don't think this is going to hold. It'll be appealed all the way up to the Supreme Court and be overturned eventually, if it's not overturned on appeal. The Voting Rights Act is not long for this world. So I'm sure the diluting the power of Black voters part, there will be a similar lawsuit, I'm sure, that's going to happen once Texas has done its dirty work. And I'm pretty sure that both cases will be overturned. If not on appeal, it will be, the cases will be overturned at the Supreme Court. John Roberts said decades ago that, the Voting Rights Act needed to be dismantled. And he has spent his 20 or however many years he's been on the court. He has spent his time dismantling it one case at a time. Civil rights laws are going to be overturned if MAGA continues and keeps power. They will be gutted, or if not outright overturned. Judge issues injunction preventing Trump's FTC from investigating watchdog Media Matters. This is interesting. I didn't realize that there was an investigation. Says here a federal judge has issued an injunction preventing the Trump administration's FTC from investigating Media Matters for America, the liberal media watchdog group that had alleged the spread of hate speech on X since Elon Musk acquired the social media platform. U.S. District Court Judge Sparkle L. Sugnanan, wow, that's an interesting first name, ruled Friday that the FTC's probe of Media Matters, purportedly to investigate an advertiser boycott concerning social media platforms, represents a clear violation of the group's freedom of speech. It should alarm all Americans when the government retaliates against individuals or organizations for engaging in constitutionally protected public debate, Suknanan wrote. Even before the FTC got involved, Media Matters has been defending itself against a lawsuit by Musk following the organization's November 2023 story that following Musk's purchase of the social media site once known as Twitter, anti-Semitic posts and other offensive content were appearing next to advertisements there. So that's that. So free speech under attack. And let's see what I've got. Something I rarely do. I rarely use stuff from Threads, which is the Meta's version of X, I guess. I do have an account, believe it or not, but I don't ever use it for anything. But this is Anderson Cooper talking about the whitewashing of American history, which I kind of talked about.
Even the best possible interpretation of what the president said is that by his way of thinking, the Smithsonian is focusing too much on bad things, including slavery. There's, of course, a less charitable reading that he could be implying slavery maybe wasn't so bad. But even presuming the best, the complaint doesn't hold water factually. Of the 40 exhibitions now running at the National Museum of American History, for example, only 4 even deal with discrimination of any form against anyone. None is on slavery. As for negativity, there's an exhibit on women's achievers in business, the stories of 8 strong women who made it to the top. That's what how they describe it. There's one titled American Democracy, A Great Leap of Faith. You can also find exhibits on the history of computing, business, the genius of Ben Franklin, Dorothy's ruby slippers from The Wizard of Oz as well. And yes, there's also one of the Greensboro lunch counter sit-in on the key moments in the civil rights movement, which involved 4 black college students politely asking for service at a whites-only lunch counter. It was an act of extraordinary courage, and it ultimately was a success and helped lead this country toward that brighter future the president so cares about. Success and brightness in the future, all the things the president wants in our museums. Even at the Smithsonian's Museum of African American History and Culture, which certainly does not gloss over some of the grimmest aspects of the American experience, there's plenty to inspire. The president says they focus on, quote, how unaccomplished the downtrodden have been. Well, there's an exhibition titled Making a Way Out of No Way, which tells stories that, quoting from the description, reflect the perseverance, resourcefulness, and resilience required by African Americans to survive and thrive in America. There's an exhibit about black combat heroes dating back to the Revolution, also black artists and entrepreneurs who may have been born into circumstances where they were downtrodden, to use the president's words, but they achieved extraordinary accomplishments. You can see James Brown's cape and jumpsuit, Chuck Berry's iconic red Cadillac, even Muhammad Ali's boxing gloves. They all made a way out of no way. Now, being honest about our past is a sign of strength, a sign of how far this nation has come. As for casting America in a negative light, Let's not forget, President Trump seems to have no problem with that as long as he's the ones doing it.
Our country's going to hell.
Our country is going to hell. Our country's gone to hell. Our country is going to hell. We're like a garbage can for the world. But now we are a nation in decline. We are a failing nation.
As we begin tonight, keeping them honest with the president's latest attack on the Smithsonian. Just a week ago today, he unveiled plans to review and oversee what museums their exhibit are planning.
All right, so this next story, this I didn't know about. Apparently, Pam Bondi is going to get into it with Boston's Mayor Michelle Wu. Pam Bondi's request for sanctuary jurisdictions to submit a compliance plan with Trump's immigration policies today will face cuts in criminal prosecution. Michelle Wu has a response. Oops.
Officials and withhold federal funds. Last week, Boston received a letter from the Attorney General of the United States on official letterhead from the federal government threatening to prosecute city officials and withhold federal funds unless we cooperate with carrying out mass deportations. At a time when this federal administration is already causing so much fear and harm in our communities, these threats are serious and consequential. But our same communities have told me loud and clear that silence in the face of oppression is not an option. The U.S. Attorney General asked for a response by today. So here it is. Here is our response. Stop attacking our cities to hide your administration's failures. Unlike the Trump administration, Boston follows the law. And Boston will not back down from who we are and what we stand for. We will not back away from our community that has made us the safest major city in the country and a leading example of why cities around the country make this country safer, healthier, and more prosperous for all Americans. Last week, Boston received a letter from the Attorney General of the United States.
That's what I hate
on
about
official letterhead from the federal government.
These social media platforms, they just don't stop. They just repeat. So annoying. So next, we're going to switch gears here. My one little foreign policy story outside of Ukraine and Russia. Oh, excuse me. Leaked recording reveals ex-Israeli military intelligence chief calling 50,000 deaths in Gaza necessary. Now the thing oh, excuse me. The question I have is this comment was this comment while he was in office, or is he saying this as an ex? If he's not in power, I don't know why this really even matters, but I'm sure he echoes, the Netanyahu administration or the Netanyahu government. So he resigned back in 2024. So we really shouldn't care that much about what he says, I guess. So now I have some miscellaneous stories, and this affects me directly because I often get frozen shrimp from Walmart. Walmart recalls great value frozen shrimp after FDA radiation warning. The FDA has launched an investigation into potential radioactive contamination in frozen shrimp sold at Walmart due to detected cesium-137 levels. The FDA detected, they're typing CS-137, I'm pretty sure that's cesium, levels of 68 becquerels per kilogram in one shipment, and warned against exposure to radiation. Apparently, a becquerel is some sort of measurement of radiation. Walmart confirmed it received raw frozen shrimp that may be linked to the affected lots and is cooperating with the recall. The FDA is coordinating with CPB to prevent contaminated shrimp from reaching consumers, stating that the continued exposure to radiation poses risks. What is the CPB? Oh, I'll have to look that up. So, if you're like me, and as a matter of fact, it's time for me to do some grocery shopping. So I guess I won't be getting shrimp from Walmart. Next, Marvel reportedly ending production in Georgia. That is sad. Let's see, will this story play?
It looks like Marvel is closing the curtain on its productions in Georgia. Marvel is moving the production to the United Kingdom, according to a report from the Wall Street Journal. Marvel has made several movies here, including Black Panther. Atlanta actor Matthew Cornwell said local actors and crew members are already feeling the impact since the last production wrapped up. There's been a downtick, a substantial less number of auditions, less number of projects here in the region, Cornwell said. Cornwell's been in on the action himself. He was in the opening sequence of Captain America: Brave New World. One of my scenes was shot at Trilith, which was where Marvel did a lot of their work over the last several years, Cornwell said. Trilith Studios in Fayette County, formerly known as Pinewood, is where Marvel shot several blockbuster movies. Homes and local businesses surround the studios. Employees at Hero Donuts and Buns said Marvel cast and crew would come in every day for breakfast and lunch during production. We had a lot more people come in here, so our sales were a lot higher, and so now that we don't have the Marvel, our sales are lower now, said Abby Grandia, a shift lead at Hero. 11 Alive News reached out to Marvel, but representatives could not be immediately reached for comment on this. Georgia has one of the most generous film tax credits in the country. According to the Wall Street Journal, a person familiar with the matter said Marvel left due to rising costs. It's part of an industry trend of productions moving overseas. Cornwell hopes Marvel's move can make room for new work for him. We miss them, of course, but might just make way for DC to start filming here more, he said. Cornwell said while he thinks the short-term impact will be tough, he's hopeful both fellow actors and the community surrounding Trilith Studios will adapt.
Yeah, that's more local news, but Georgia used to call itself the Hollywood of the South. So apparently that's going to change. Next, I have a thing for farmers markets, and I subscribe to the USDA.gov charts of note. Usually there's not, I guess I kind of like to keep up with agri news, and being a fan of farm markets, usually they're kind of off farm, but if you live in Georgia or the South in general, every now and again when you're out on the back roads, you'll see like farm stands set up. Farms will literally put together a little place at the end of their driveway where they're selling, fresh produce. And so when I saw this chart, it's called Presence of On-Farm Markets Varies Across U.S. Counties. I don't know if you can see it, but the white areas are counties, excuse me, that basically don't have farmers markets that are directly on farm property, which kind of surprised me. What surprised me is that in the middle of the country, you would expect a big blue patch here. Looks like these on-farm markets are really coastal, East and West Coast phenomena. Florida too seems to have a lot of them. New England seems to have a lot of them, but it just struck me that where I would expect to see a lot of farmers markets or on-farm farmers markets, they don't exist. So I'll just read a little bit of this. On-farm markets in which farms sell produce and products directly to consumers. Oh man, I'm having issues this morning. Sell products directly to consumers are outlets for locally produced food in communities across the United States. These markets often provide access to fresh and affordable food. USDA Economic Research Services Food Environment Atlas was recently updated with self-reported data from the USDA. And this is from 2023, apparently. And it says here a few counties had relatively high counts of on-farm markets. They talk about Florida, San Diego County, Connecticut, Oregon, and New Hampshire. But what struck me is places that I would actually expect a high count, like Georgia, for instance, are relatively sparse. Virginia has a lot. New York has a lot. And I kind of wonder whether the center of the county, I guess they grow a lot of grain, stuff that wouldn't count as, something you wouldn't buy from a farm. But it just struck me that the middle of the country, the quote breadbasket, doesn't have a whole lot of on-farm farmers markets. Hawaii, the big island of Hawaii has a lot, and looks like Alaska, southern Alaska. So anyway, it's really probably not that interesting, but only a person like me would be interested in stuff like that, probably. So the last news article that I have planned anyway is just a Hurricane Aaron update. Storm set to bring large waves and flooding to the Outer Banks of North Carolina, which they're used to it. Hurricane was 615 miles southeast of Cape Hatteras as of 5 p.m., I guess, yesterday. So, and it's right now, it's moving at about 10 miles per hour, winds of 105. So I guess this is pretty much going to be a North Carolina thing. So I'll play this little National Weather Service thing.
Good morning. We're here at the National Hurricane Center with the latest on this Tuesday morning on Hurricane Aaron, which continues to be situated out here to the east of the Bahamas this morning, with tropical storm watches and warnings still in effect for portions of the Turks and Caicos Islands, southeastern Bahamas, and central Bahamas. Right now, Aaron has maximum sustained winds of around 105 miles per hour, continuing to grow in size as it is now moving off toward the northwest at 9 miles per hour. The forecast really hasn't changed much since yesterday. We're expecting a more northwestward and northward motion over the next 12 to 24 hours. And then the core of Aaron is going to pass offshore of the Outer Banks of North Carolina and western Bermuda as we go from Wednesday night into Thursday morning, and then accelerate out eastward into the North Atlantic as we move through the day on Thursday into Friday. But the big change this morning now is we've now issued a storm surge warning for the Outer Banks of North Carolina from Cape Lookout up through Cape Hatteras, all the rest of Dare County up to Duck. This means there's the danger of life-threatening inundation of 2 to 4 feet of inundation above ground level. especially in that warning area here. And that is, again, life-threatening inundation. We're particularly concerned about both the ocean side of the Outer Banks as well as the sound side. And this graphic from the National Weather Service office here in Morehead City talks about some of the timing. We're expecting the highest water on the ocean side beginning today on Tuesday, continuing all the way through Thursday, with the potential for destructive wave action on top of that storm surge that could result in severe beach and coastal damage, beach erosion, overwashing, and washing out of roads.
And I'll stop it there. If anybody wants this link, just let me know. I think I do know one person who lives in Wilmington. So hopefully everything will be fine. North Carolina's had some bad luck over the past year and a half, weather-wise. So that pretty much concludes the planned portion of the show, news articles. And like I said, I've been over the past 12 to 24 hours, I've been listening to a lot of Eric Foner. He's famous for his Reconstruction history books. And, you know, a lot of it just kind of coincides with with today, 14th Amendment, that sort of thing, birthright citizenship, all that stuff that, you know, kind of came out from the aftermath of the Civil War. But the first video I want to watch, actually, it's going to be a history video, but it's going to be about Andrew Jackson. We watched the sociology video. You know what, though? Actually, I want to get to the Andrew Jackson video, but this is actually something that just popped up into my feed, and I know people like SKC will like this video. It's called what is it called? Humanizing Southerners who built Confederate monuments and statues after the Civil War. It was done 10
People don't even
months
realize
ago.
that Florida is a southern state.
This is,
it was the third state to secede from the Union.
So, humanizing Southerners who built Confederate monuments and statues after the Civil War. It's from a content site called They Face East. And he is sitting in a graveyard in North Florida. So let's hear what he's got to say. Looks interesting.
If you want to understand Confederate monuments, you have to come to places like this. This is a church graveyard. It's a primitive Baptist church cemetery in North Florida, actually just north of Gainesville, Florida. People don't even realize that Florida is a southern state. It was the third state to secede from the Union in 1861. When I discovered all of my ancestors were fighting for the South, I haven't found any Northern Union soldiers yet. So the whole story about brother versus brother, it's not true. If you lived in the North, you fought for the North. If you lived in the South, you fought for the South. And if you lived in the border states, you fought for whatever side of the battle line you were on at the time, because if someone rode up on your farm and told you you're coming with us, you're going with them. And it might be a blue uniform, it might be a gray uniform. And I'm sure there were a few instances where one person wanted to fight for one side and one for the other. But in my experience, they all fought for their local friends, neighbors, and family. Let's get started on understanding these monuments. I'm sitting next to a headstone here. This happens to be Lydia Anderson. She is my great-great-great-grandmother. I knew my great-grandmother really well, and so this woman was her grandmother. But she never talked about her. I never knew about her until I built my family tree. And when I find her, I learned that she wasn't married one time. She was married twice. And her first husband His name was Coleman Groover. So she marries a man named Coleman Groover, and they have 3 children. Everything's going well for them in life until the Civil War starts. So her husband, like every other man in the South, and when I say every other man, I mean if you find a male of military age in your family tree living between 1861 and 1865, it's literally a 92% chance that they served in the Confederate Army. 92%. I mean, I don't know who didn't serve. I'm not really sure how they were excluded, but a few people, maybe they had some type of physical problem or something. But you got to understand that.
Okay, I'm surprised he doesn't know that if you were if you were a son, say, of some major plantation owner, you could pay you could pay, I forget what they called it, but you could pay someone to take your place. That happened. I don't know if it happened a lot, but it did happen. So that's how someone could avoid service.
Their grandfathers and their great-grandfathers, they were patriots in the American Revolution. They created the United States of America. They fought the British in the Revolutionary War and established the United States. So you have to ask yourself, why were these people so committed to creating a different country? Why would they want to separate from the country that their grandfathers and their great-grandfathers created in the first place? It's a really good question. And so I've spent a lot of time trying to understand that. I'm an amateur historian. I clean veteran headstones is the mission that I'm on right now. So if you'd like to help, that's the main reason why I'm producing this video today. There's certain people that it doesn't matter what information you provide, they won't want to know anything about Southern people. We need to humanize, in my opinion, the people of the South, because in my estimation today, there are at least 50 million people in America that descend from a Confederate soldier. If you look at the population of African Americans in America today compared to the population in 1860, and you apply that same growth rate to the white Southern population in 1860, you're going to get to 50 million. Most of those folks probably have no idea because they've not built their family tree. We tend to forget our ancestors within 3 generations. So this is an opportunity for me to share with you a little bit about what I learned, and hopefully you'll learn something here to the point where maybe you'll want to get out into these cemeteries and learn more about your family and learn more about others, because I think what's going to help us come together as a country, as a people, I think we need empathy. So if you're a white person and you haven't thought a lot about what it's like to be a black person in America, then I encourage you to do some research, spend some time and empathize with what it might be that a person of African American descent might be challenged with in life. And the same goes for Southern people, because I'm a Southerner and I listen to it every day. I listen to it, and it's something that doesn't make you feel very good. It doesn't make me very happy, and I don't want to feel that way. But when somebody says something that is hateful towards me, I don't think that's any different than if I were to say something hateful about someone else. I want to share with you today why I think that people should have some empathy for others. There's a lot of different types of people in America. We're a melting pot. And so we need to treat each other as if we're all equal and stop this separation that we have amongst ourselves. I'm going to humanize these Confederate monuments in this video so that you can understand they are not monuments to white supremacy. They are not about a love of slavery. I'll only say one thing about slavery, and I want you to do your own homework. But the 13th Amendment is when slavery ended in the United States of America. This is really uncomfortable for those of you who are just so focused on Civil War and slavery and cannot separate the two. The 13th Amendment failed to pass the United States House of Representatives on the first vote. There were no Southern people represented in Congress at that time. In my opinion, it was the abolitionists who were the heroes of ending slavery in America. And I believe they were a minority of the population, but they had heroes like Frederick Douglass who were able to speak with Lincoln and to change the reason why the war was being fought, because they didn't have a really good reason other than to save the Union, whatever that meant. Some people that meant something too, but other people that didn't resonate with them, because they weren't members of the United States. They were citizens of Virginia, or they were citizens of Ohio, or Massachusetts, or Alabama. We hadn't come together as that country yet. It was the rise of the federal government. 13th Amendment, study up on that. See for yourself. The North, 800,000 slaves were in the northern states, the lower North. Don't let people tell you that's the upper South. That's the lower North. States like New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Missouri. 800,000 enslaved African Americans living in those states. They aren't free until the 13th Amendment gets passed. They're specifically excluded from the Emancipation Proclamation. Read that document.
Okay, what he's talking about historically are called the border states. The upper, what do you call it? The lower North. Those were border states, and yes, basically, Lincoln, the Emancipation Proclamation did not cover places like Maryland and Kentucky, Tennessee. And that was because he did not want to piss them off and drive them into the arms of the Confederacy. There was a reason he didn't do it.
It's uncomfortable, isn't it? But it's true. And so it takes all the way to 1865, 4 years after this thing, more than 4 years, this Civil War has been going on, before the North can vote
Hey, dirty
a majority,
dude.
a two-thirds majority, to end slavery with the 13th Amendment. I would say that it should have been unanimous. I think today we can all agree that it should be unanimous, that slavery is not right. But back in those days, the northern states,
I'm not sure why I'm talking about the video, Ryan. He wants to call the border states the lower North and talk about the number of slaves they had. Maryland had slavery too. Whether there were more freedmen than not, I don't really care one way or the other. The point I'm trying to make is his term, the lower North, and his thing about they had slavery too. Well, and then he brings up the Emancipation Proclamation not freeing the slaves in the border states. My only point is there was a reason, and it's in the history books. It was kind of a tricky situation, and places like Maryland, for instance, were basically bordering Washington. The last thing Abraham Lincoln wanted to do, was drive places like Maryland into the arms of the South. So he basically exempted those slaves. I wasn't casting aspersions on Maryland. I just simply pointed out that this guy, his framing is hilarious.
representatives could not put together two-thirds majority vote in the House. No Southerners voting. So when the Civil War is talked about as being all about slavery, but they don't really talk too much about the fact that how long would have slavery lasted had the South not seceded? And all of those representatives from those Southern states, would they have voted for the 13th Amendment? I don't think so. So it would have been a long, long, long time before the number of votes could have been found in the United States House of Representatives and the Senate to end slavery in America. They couldn't even end it with the North alone. Are there monuments that were hateful? I'm sure there are, because there's not just one monument. And so I think you have to take each one within the context of why it was made and where it was placed and why it was placed, the time period, the context in which it happened. But I'm going to talk about the vast majority of those Confederate monuments that you see in courthouse squares. So we're gonna start humanizing this, because the Southern people that I descend from, I'm actually a product of the Civil War. I don't ever get born if the Civil War doesn't happen. And the reason why is because this woman buried here, my great-great-great-grandmother, her first husband was killed in action as a Confederate soldier at the Battle of the Wilderness. He fought at Gettysburg. He fought at Second Manassas. He was at Antietam. He was at Fredericksburg. He was at Chancellorsville. These battlefields were such a horrible human cost that they turned them into national battlefield sites, part of the National Park Service. He survived all of them up until the Wilderness. She never got his body back. He probably decomposed on the battlefield. So if you look at those photos of Civil War, black and white photos, and you see those skeletons laying out there strewn across the field, that was possibly her husband. So when you try to put it in context of the incomprehensible loss and mourning that went on during and after the Civil War in the South, it truly is something we can't comprehend. But I'm going to give you a little taste of what it might have been like, so maybe you can start to have some empathy and understand why you're seeing these monuments and what we do with monuments. That's not my decision, and I really don't have an opinion on that, because again, I do empathize with other people. But I ask you to look at those monuments and look at how large they are, and think about, why are our World War II monuments only a third of the size? There was a reason why they spent money that they really didn't have. They had to sacrifice to do that. And let me tell you why. We're going to talk about that, where every one of the male members of Lydia Anderson's family of military age, within one person from her, fought for the Confederacy. They went off to war, 30 that I found, and there are more, but records are not all complete. And some of the names are so common. Like if someone's named James Allen, you know how many James Allens there were in 1862? A lot. So it's very difficult to determine whether or not they really were a soldier. So when I say 30, I've confirmed 30 of her family members, her husband, her brothers, her uncles, her first cousins. These are the closest people, her brother-in-laws. I'm not talking about distant family. These are the closest you have. They all left. And a third of them did not come home. 9 of her family members died Confederate soldiers. So put that in perspective. How many of your family members died during World War II? One of mine, she lost 9. Another 6 came home after being wounded. Several more were held as prisoner of war in some of the most hellacious conditions in Union prisoner of war camps you can ever imagine. You go to Andersonville, they were just as bad in the North, and some were even worse. So the suffering that went on, her brother was shot in the face at the Battle of Antietam, but he went back. He went back and he continued to fight. He gets shot through both thighs at the Battle of Chancellorsville. Can you imagine being shot through both of your thighs? And yet he continued to fight. So you wonder, why were they doing this? 1 million Southern men went off to fight for the South. That's 20% of the population, and a third of them died. That's just incomprehensible. The loss, we were nowhere near those numbers in World War I or World War II. No other war did we have statistics like that. And in the Civil War, only the South had statistics like that. The North had 4 times the number of people, There were millions and millions and millions of military-age men that did not serve in the Union Army. But in the South, again, 92% chance you're going to serve. So when these men heard about the war picking up, that Lincoln was going to invade the South with 75,000 troops, they were not new to the issue of warfare. Some of them had fought in the Indian Wars already. Their dads fought in the War of 1812 against the British, and their grandfathers and their great-grandfathers fought in the Revolutionary.
Thank you, SKC, for kind of making my and others' points. No, Ryan will get credit for building whatever construction site or building he's in charge of. Kind of like white people get the credit for building America. So it's kind of the same thing. SKC is correct, but he's kind of missing the point. He's correct about something that I'm not talking about. You guys need to get off of this bullshit. Slaves had an ample hand in building America. Of course, you know, you wouldn't call building the White House a collaborative effort. Now, would you? Okay, slaves were forced to do the unskilled labor, and I guarantee you there was some skilled labor. Slaves had skills, by the way, SKC. So unless you have done the reading and you know in detail, I think a slave could say, hey, I built the White House, or I helped build the White House, uncredited, of course. I find these sort of arguments just specious. You're arguing for arguing's sake.
War. They had militias in the South because they were used to having to fight to survive. So when
What's
the
up,
war
Deacon Dave?
comes, they're somewhat prepared. They don't have weapons, but they have shotguns. They have weapons, but not weapons of war to be able to defend against the United States Army. Her husband joins Company B of the 5th Florida Infantry Regiment. You follow.
Again, a ridiculous argument. Believe me, if the slaves weren't forced to participate in the building of the White House, they wouldn't have even been there. So, I again, find this argument just kind of, you know, it's a bunch of words that should have meaning, but the slaves didn't want to be there fucking building the White House. They would have rathered been home or back in Africa or wherever. They were forced to be there against their will. Hence the term slave.
The 5th Florida, they fought dozens of battles. I mean, it's unbelievable. Just it never ended for 4 years. After the war, she's a widow with 3 children, and another soldier comes home who's my great grandfather, a man named Leonard
Building
Anderson.
somebody
He had
else's
fought
White
with,
House, I'm sure.
Company A of the 7th Florida. He joined at 17 years old, ended up in a training camp here near Gainesville, and a trainload of Enfield rifles smuggled in from England. Supposedly there were 10,000 rifles on this train car. It parked near Gainesville on its way to a place called Shiloh, one of the biggest battles of the Civil War. So my grandfather, I know, carried an Enfield rifle into battle because I've seen where he was checked into a hospital on a receipt where he checked in 1 Enfield rifle. I can envision him taking that rifle off of that train car because they needed weapons. When you have 30 of your family members go off to war, 9 of them are left on the battlefield somewhere up north. 6 of them come home missing arms, fingers, eyes, and others suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder that you can't even imagine after being through 38 battles. They would leave town with 100 to 120 of their neighbors, family, and friends in a company. They would raise a company in a county, and they would join together with 10 other companies to form a regiment. So that regiment would be between 1,000 and 1,200 men. At the end of the war, when the surrender happened at Appomattox and the surrender happened at North Carolina, after the Battle of Bentonville, there would be only 50 to 65 men left out of 1,200. That's the level of loss that happened during the Civil War for the Southern people. The Civil War ends, the South is devastated financially, the human toll unimaginable. And so what do these people do? Do they just let it go, move on with their lives? How do you do that after 9 of your family members don't come home and it's your husband? It's the father of your children. What about those children who listen to their fathers tell them stories about what it was like to fight in these battles during the Civil War? Battles so horrible. My grandfather, Leonard Anderson, his son's buried right there. Talk about him in a minute. Do you think his son may have ever talked to his dad and heard stories about what it was like to fight at Kennesaw Mountain, where the bodies of Union soldiers piled up so high in front of the Union line? In the heat of the day, the bodies were decomposing and swelling and bloating. The smell, the stench was so bad, they called a truce. Both sides came together to bury the dead just to get rid of the stink. And after they finished burying those dead corpses, the truce was ended. They went back to killing each other again. Again, these things are hard for us to understand today, but these people, they understood it back then. They lived it. They listened to their daddies tell them stories about it. And you can bet that Lydia Anderson's first 3 children who lost their daddy, killed in action, left on a battlefield to rot and decompose at the Battle of the Wilderness, you think they forgot about their father? So when they decided to honor all of their dead that didn't come home, they built monuments to them. It's kind of like...
Yeah, Dirty. Funny you should mention that. You may have missed a couple or maybe even 3 videos I showed about how Trump wants to either whitewash or rewrite American history. It is just stunning how anti-intellectual Trump is making America. It's always been anti-intellectual, at least at the grassroots level. But Trump is just, he's literally going to turn America into a bunch of miseducated idiots. To be honest, I personally think what he's doing with the museums and the elementary schools and stuff, that's going to be what brings America down. Miseducating the kids. Patriotic education is basically going to doom this country to fall behind China. We will not be raising kids to actually respect learning. You know, like this guy here talking about the border states as the lower north. I am from Savannah, Georgia, and I have never heard the border states called the lower north. It wasn't, they weren't the upper south, they were the lower north. And by the way, the upper south is what the Confederacy called states like Virginia. So I don't know, he's just, he's entitled to think and broadcast what he wants, but he's making me chuckle.
Giant headstones, I guess would be the best way to describe it. I would bet that those people probably donated some of their hard-earned money, what little they had.
Yeah, I read about it.
They loved their
I
father.
think it is
they
Oklahoma.
Loved their uncle. They loved their cousins. They were in mourning. They would have loved to have known them, and to have lost the war and lost everything, including all of your loved ones like that. I guess that was a way that maybe that's how they were able to survive. So we've forgotten about who those people were, but it was so close to them. So all these people have died and moved on, but these monuments are left as reminders of the pain that they felt, of the mourning that they experienced, the extreme catastrophic loss So it's a different way of looking at these monuments, and you can look at them however.
John, the problem is, you know, it's funny how, you know, the saying "it could always be worse." I think Trump is trying to test out that theory. He's he's trying to do proof of concept for it can always get worse.
You choose to look at them. I'm just giving you a different perspective, a human perspective. I just found this headstone today. I'm sure there's a reason why I found it. I noticed this name, Groovers. It's spelled incorrectly. There's an extra S in there, but James R. Groovers. His name was James Groover. This is my uncle. Born in 1861, his daddy was killed in battle when he was just a very small boy, would have never known him, but you can bet that he never forgot his dad. He had uncles, and those uncles would have told him about what it was like when they watched his daddy being killed in battle. His uncles were with his dad, Coleman Groover, with Company B of the 5th Florida Infantry Regiment. And they charged Cemetery Ridge and Pickett's Charge at the Battle of Gettysburg side by side. On the day that his daddy was killed in battle, his uncle was captured and was sent to a Union prisoner of war camp. He, I'm sure, shared with him what that was like. So there was probably not a lot of love lost between survivors of the Civil War in the South and the United States of America.
You know, actually, it amazes me how pick and choose MAGA and other types of far right people can be. Now, they will tell you, you know, hey, January 6th is in the past. Why are you still talking about it? Now, here's a motherfucker, like, you know, basically giving you a play-by-play of his family's history in the Civil War for the side that lost. It's okay. It's okay to do a monument, a Confederate monument. And I actually, I have something. Speaking of Confederate monuments, this made me laugh when I saw it. Damn it. Did I not save it? I'm going to play this and then I'll find the monument that I saw a news story about today. It's up in North Carolina.
But they did come together. You could see them shaking hands across the fence at Gettysburg. Americans do their duty. They don't go to war because they're murderers or they're hateful. They do their duty when they're called upon to do so. And it's no different here in the South. When they were called to serve, they did. Back in those days, they weren't loyal to the United States of America. That wasn't their sovereign. Their sovereign was their state. They fought for their state. It's hard for us to comprehend that today, but you do your homework, you're going to find out that was the case. So this is my great-great-grandfather here. His daddy was a Confederate soldier, and he would have spoken with him and known what it was like, what his dad had endured. One of the stories is that, and it's not a story, this is a true story, the 7th Florida was at the Battle of Chickamauga. They were then at the Battle of Missionary Ridge, and when they got up to the top of the ridge, the 7th Florida was ordered down back to the rifle trenches. I call them rifle pits. And they were to hold that ground at all hazards. They were overrun by the Union advance. And some.
See, this is the kind of straw manning that far right folks like SKC want to do. Who said January 6th equaled the Civil War? My topic, my point was remembering the past. Now, this guy can glorify a bunch of rebels, a bunch of anti-American, we want to break up the country folk. And the connection is that fucking Civil War flag that somebody brought inside the Capitol on January 6th. I get chided for remembering January 6th, but this fool can sit here and talk about the Civil War. I'm not drawing an equivalent. I'm just saying, hey, we have sometimes we criticize one type of history, but glorify another type of history. It's all in the past. That's my point. I'm sorry if I didn't make it clear to you, SKC.
Somehow or another, his daddy survived that. He was not captured like most of the people in the 7th Florida. Being shot at as you're running for your life is probably something that would have been hair-raising for a boy to listen to his daddy tell. And this is my uncle Lemuel Anderson. He was also a son of Leonard Anderson, and he too would have known what it was like for his father to have fought in the Civil War. He would also have known what it was like for his mother to have lost her first husband and know that he would never have been born had Coleman Groover not been killed in battle. So as we look at those monuments that we typically see in these courthouse squares all over the South, understand that those monuments were built by survivors of the Civil War who were mourning for their family members that made the ultimate sacrifice in service to what they considered at that time to be their country. One other example would be Stone Mountain, Georgia. There's a carving on the side of Stone Mountain. You've probably seen it, probably heard about it in the news. That was designed by the same man that designed Mount Rushmore. Well, you probably don't know, we're talking about again the reason these monuments exist. That monument was an incredibly expensive feat to accomplish. And the way they raised money was they would have school children and adults would raise $1, and in return for $1 for donating, they would get a medallion, a commemorative coin medallion. Those are reminders of how hard and how important these people thought it was to memorialize their war dead and the sacrifices that their family members had made in service to their country. They scraped and saved to be able to give that $1, and eventually they raised enough money to have that monument made. And you may not remember, but Atlanta was burned. Okay, watch Gone with the Wind. You see Atlanta burning. There was Kennesaw Mountain right before that. There was a Battle of Resica. I know one of Grandma Lydia Anderson's family members was killed at the Battle of Resica. So Atlanta knows really well what it was like to experience the Civil War. When Sherman came through there, burning his way from Atlanta to Savannah, when his famous march to the sea, those people that were left in the aftermath of that, they didn't forget. And so they wanted to do something, and that's what they did. They built that mural. When you see these things and you wonder, just do a little bit of research and homework to try to empathize with why these people may have done what they did. They were no different than you and me. They were people born into the context in which they lived, which would have been 1825 to 1846. And at that time, we don't know what it was like to live back then. We can read about it, but we don't really know exactly what it was like. So they're born into that context. It's for us to study and try to just understand, why America has done all the things that it's done for all of these years, and going forward, what do we want our country to be like? And I hope that what this video will do for viewers is help us to empathize with one another, help us to come together. We really need to do that. This separation's got to end. It really does. And the only way we're going to do that is if we love one another. Maybe we need to turn back to Christ. Maybe we need to go back to our churches. Maybe we need to go to church together, and maybe we can really start living by what God's told us to do, which is, first of all, to love God with all our hearts. And the second is to love your neighbor no differently. And that includes every neighbor, whether that person just came here yesterday or their family arrived 400 years ago or their family's been here for 10,000 years. We're all living here together now. We've got to get rid of this animosity towards one another. And I think it's going to start with people like Henry Louis Gates to change their narrative on their television shows and try to be more loving towards all. Because again, we're all God's children. We can do better than what we've done. We have lost a little over 1.3 million Americans have died in military conflicts since our country was founded. And 300,000 of them are Southerners that died during the Civil War. We're talking 20% of our war dead are Confederate soldiers. So when you find the headstone of an African American.
Okay, all I have to say is, as a Navy man, making the comparison to a Confederate to like a U.S. Military veteran, it's actually kind of insulting. The Confederates were fighting against the United States. So I find making that kind of comparison troubling. And the Civil War is divisive still. Expecting, Black people, for instance, to embrace the Confederacy, no, that's not going to happen. And that you expect it to happen is literally very MAGA.
American man who was born a slave and who voluntarily picked up a rifle to join the Union Army to fight for freedom. You've got to respect that, because that took a lot of courage.
SKC, literally January 6th and the Confederacy are both anti-United States. So yeah, I will definitely, there are parallels. Hence that Confederate flag being waved in the U.S. U.S. Capitol. America, lefties didn't lose shit on January 6th. America lost on January 6th. And then the people who voted for Trump a second time around, they fell for the okey doke. Okay, those fools on January 6th thought that there was some sort of election fraud, and the folks who voted for Trump a second time are fools that have literally either believed there was election fraud without evidence, or they can just tolerate a liar as president. But either way, it's not lefties who lost, it's America. What's up, Wale?
Hey, good morning, Stan. How you feel?
Pretty good. How are you doing?
So far, so good. I'm still getting it together, though.
Good.
I was listening to this narrative that you play. I noticed, well, I'm just getting used to what you do here. You know what I mean?
What do I do?
You play a lot of other people's content for your content.
Yep.
So I'm just getting used to that.
We call it reacting or reviewing.
Okay, I can dig it, man. I see people do it. I just didn't realize right away that's what was going on.
Well,
And
I
so-
went through a bunch of news articles. You could also say that the news articles are produced by other people too. I don't go out and report the news.
That's right.
In this particular video, look, what I do, and if you ever here, let me show this to you.
You know what, though, Stan? Right now, I wasn't talking about you. I wanted to talk about the thing.
You brought up you brought up what I do. Well, you did bring up what I do, and
yeah, I'm saying I'm just understanding. I was trying.
What I want
give
to
you
point out to you is that it's kind of consistent. If you look at the at the channel here. It says just news, the Stanley Cross. It says just news, politics, culture, and thoughtful conversation about life. Well, it may not be that thoughtful, but a lot of what I'm doing, if I'm going to do culture critiques, I go out and I kind of look at, what other people are doing, what they're thinking, and then I kind of react to it. I don't know if you're that much into literature, but a lot of times, an author will write a book, and there'll be book critics who go out and kind of critique it. And I also have to point out that the old saying, "Those who can't write teach," or "Those who can't write are critics." Yeah, I'm kind of in that vein. I'll admit, I don't do a whole lot of original stuff, but the critique is original. And this particular guy, commemorating his Confederate heritage, his Southern heritage, I don't particularly have a problem with him doing it. What I do have a problem is when he expects other people to do it as well. Black people aren't going to, celebrate the Confederacy, even if they had relatives who fought for the South. And there are a whole lot of white people who don't want to celebrate the Confederacy. However, there are people. This guy's in North Florida. There are people like this, and you know what? I am 60 years old and from the South, and I've never heard anyone frame his Southern heritage in this way. So you know what? It's a little slice of real life that I'm reacting to. And this is even better. There's a monument up in North Carolina that is dedicated, at least the dedication inscription is for all the loyal slaves. and and I I had no clue. I grew up in Savannah. I've seen a lot of memorials to the South, but I've never heard one that commemorated the faithful slaves, mammies, and Black Confederates. But there are monuments out there that do that, and I really never thought about it. But there's a whole website that talks about commemorating faithful slaves, mammies, and Black Confederates. Were you aware of that, Wale?
I wasn't aware of the website, but I'm aware of the concept.
Yeah, honestly, I've never come across it, and I've never actually thought about it. So sometimes going out and looking at what other people do, it kind of also kind of expands your mind. I literally never thought about a Confederate memorial being dedicated to faithful slaves.
You
And
know,
I
okay.
never thought that I would see a government that wouldn't understand why there might be a demographic that's a bit offended by it. So go ahead. I'm sorry.
Personally, I'm in the demographic that's personally offended by the terminology, the words, the perspective, and a lot of stuff that they do. Just right off the top, I ask you the same question that I asked a guy yesterday. When a dog has an offspring, it's a dog. When a bird has an offspring, it's a bird. When a slave has an offspring, what is it?
Well, if your mother was a slave, it would be a slave, at least back in before 1865 in the South.
Okay, see what just happened? We left natural.
Tell me what happened.
Okay, what happened is we left natural, we left reality, and we went into whatever the crackers say. And that's
the problem
that's
is
what you just said in 18 something.
Okay, I know, I'm aware of what I said. Okay. Now I'm reacting to your point, which is there were people who didn't think who didn't think that Black people were their level of human. There were people who basically thought that Black people weren't much more than slaves because, you know, they lacked the attributes. If you've ever heard Thomas Jefferson talk about, you know, the African, you'd understand what I'm saying. He basically thought we were emotional beings and basically fit to be nothing but servants.
Okay.
So you could say, hey, you know what? If your mother was a Black slave or a Black servant, she's going to produce nothing but servants. You do realize that Black people back then were considered property, not human.
I'm asking, this is what I'm saying now. Everything that all the considerations that you are pointing out to me as though they are effective are all edicts by crackers. That ain't gonna change. Everything else you
know what? Let me try and figure out what your point is, because we're not in any sort of competition. There is no competition. What I'm saying is fact. And, you know, you can feel a certain way about facts, but the fact is given a certain time and a certain place, the offspring inherited, at least for Africans or Blacks in America, at one point in time, the children inherited the status of their mother. So if the mother was a slave, or maybe property might make it clearer, literally, the mother was property, therefore she was producing property. That's literally documented. So I understand your feelings about it, but the fact is, it's a fact.
Yeah, fact and truth are two different things. Secondly, I will go on.
No, actually, truth is like there is no truth, to be honest, but there are facts.
Okay, if that's how you take it.
No, that is literally how I think it is. And you know what? I have spent probably as much time as you have thinking about these sorts of things. Well, I'm glad you find it funny, but let's see how long you're going to be amused.
All my
so
life.
Anyway, like I was saying before, I was so rudely interrupted. I've probably spent as much time thinking about what truth is as you have. And I've come to the conclusion that there are very few truths, but there are facts. And the fact is, you know, you want to talk about naturalistic and all that stuff. American culture once thought that Blacks were natural slaves. So I really don't get what your hang up is.
I don't have a hang up, first of all.
Sounds like you do.
No, not at all.
Okay, I don't think you were stating facts. I think you were stating your stating your truth. And your truth is not my truth. That's obvious.
Matter of
well,
fact,
then if you have no truth, why are you putting up such a fuss? Did you get up on the wrong side of the? Did you get up on the wrong?
Yeah, I was trying to just say something, and I haven't said it.
Okay,
yet.
well, Wale, you have a bad habit of taking 5 minutes to make a 30-second point. Can you make your point? Just state your point so I can react to it. Don't get all emotional and stuff. Just state your point. Oh, well, looks like he left. I don't know why these people come up and try me. But anyway, there is a website commemorating faithful slaves, mammies, and Black Confederates. There is one in Mebane, maybe, North Carolina, is the one that I'm thinking of. Let's see. And this is it right here. Let's see. I don't think I can blow it up. but it reads in memory of the faithful slaves, many of whom were members of Hawfield's Presbyterian Church and are buried in this cemetery. I'll be honest with you. There's a group of people that are suing to get it removed. I actually think it should stay there. This is the wonderful thing about these Confederate statues. I think they, at least this particular one, it's on private property in a cemetery. Why remove it? I think that this is just a reminder of what America could be. And I think Donald Trump wanting to bring back all these Confederate statues and stuff are basically going against his purpose. You know, as long as there are monuments that say this, it will remind people of what America really was. So I would think it would be in the best interest, if you want to whitewash history, to get rid of monuments like this. But that's just me. So let's see what else we got here. And just, you know, if you guys come up here, most everybody in the chat kind of knows who I am. If you want to come up talking bullshit, I'm basically gonna go and talk bullshit back. Okay, I'm not the sort of person who is just going to sit here and listen to someone drone on about stupid shit. I'm going to call it stupid. And Wale, you can talk about crackers and birds and dogs and stuff like that, but I tend to look at politics and a lot of things that get wrapped up in this show through a historical lens. I don't look at things through a Wale lens. A historical lens is something everybody can do. We can't all be Wale. as much as we might want to be. So this excuse me, this next video I was talking about, we don't ever really talk about Andrew Jackson.
Good afternoon.
And it just so happens Andrew Jackson is one of Trump's favorite presidents, you know, ye of Trail of Tears and that sort of thing. So I ran across this lecture. It's called Andrew Jackson and the Troubled Birth of Democracy. I think Andrew Jackson is pretty much considered like the first kind of populist, American. I think people kind of think that democracy kind of started with Andrew Jackson. He was definitely a populist, and he came from, I wouldn't say from humble roots, but he was kind of like a, he was very earthy. That's what I'll say. So let's have a look at this.
Everyone, and welcome. Welcome to the Miller Center.
And the volume's a little low, but that's
Continuing
the video.
series on the historical presidency. My name is Will Hitchcock. I'm a professor.
What's
of
up, Crown
history at the
Reese? How
University
you
of
doing?
Virginia.
Haven't seen you in a
I
while.
also serve as the director of research and scholarship here at the Miller Center. As part of our ongoing investigation into the American presidency and the crises of the 19th century, we're privileged today to have two great historians on the stage. Elizabeth Varron is the Langborn Williams Professor of American History here at UVA, and she will facilitate this afternoon's conversation with our distinguished guest, H.W. Brands. Dr. Varron is the author of numerous books on 19th century American history, including, most recently, a new book called Appomattox: Victory, Defeat, and Freedom at the End of the Civil War. And a plug, she will be speaking on that book here in this room on Wednesday next at 11 o'clock on November 13. Our guest today is H.W. Brands, who holds the Jack Blanton Senior Chair in History at the University of Texas at Austin, where he joined the faculty in 2005. He previously taught history at Texas A&M for 17 years. Professor Brands has written an astonishing 28 books. He has co-authored or edited 7 others and published dozens of articles and scores of reviews on many topics. His writings have received much critical and popular acclaim. Several have been New York Times and Washington Post bestsellers, his books have been. He was a finalist for the Pulitzer Prize for The First American, The Life and Times of Benjamin Franklin, and for Traitor to His Class, The Privileged Life and Radical Presidency of Franklin D. Roosevelt. Professor Brands regularly writes for the national press. He's a frequent guest on radio and television programs, and simply put, he is one of the leading scholars of the history of the presidency in American life. It's a privilege to have him here today to discuss Andrew Jackson and the troubled birth of democracy. When he finishes his remarks, Dr. Varon will engage him in 2 or 3 or 4 large questions just to get a few digs in early before the rest of you take your shots at him. And then we'll take questions from the floor. Please welcome with me Professor H.W. Brands.
Thank you, Will, for that very kind introduction. I'm delighted to be back at the Miller Center, and thank you all for coming. I'm a teacher. I teach at the University of Texas at Austin, and I flatter myself to think that my classes are kind of interesting, but I know perfectly well that if the students didn't have to be there, a lot of them wouldn't be there. And I know that none of you have to be here. So I'm quite flattered that you took time out of your day to come. It really is an honor. And the Miller Center is a great place to be talking about the presidency. I have been a consumer of what the Miller Center produces over the years, especially the oral history projects that they've been doing. And if you don't know, the Miller Center is the premier place in this country for creating and disseminating oral histories. These are the recollections of people involved in presidential administrations. I'm currently working on a biography of Ronald Reagan, and I have used several of the Miller Center's oral history interviews with members of the Reagan administration to, I hope, good effect. At least I've learned a lot from them. I hope I can convey that to my readers. Anyway, I'm going to talk about Andrew Jackson. And I think the subtitle is The Troubled Birth of American Democracy or something like that. The general theme of the series, and I gather some of you have been to previous installments in the series, is the crises of the presidency. And I'm going to suggest that there is sort of a permanent crisis of American democracy, and presidents find themselves right in the middle of it. I'm going to elaborate on that more general theme, but I'm going to talk in particular about the crises of the Jackson presidency. And the two I'm going to talk about are the nullification crisis. The question, was the country going to break into pieces? Would South Carolina in particular secede in the early 1830s? That's the first crisis that I will deal with. The second one has to do with American monetary policy, the so-called bank war, the crisis between the president and the director of the Bank of the United States. So these are two, well, almost and sort of knockdown, drag-out battles in the Jackson administration. And I think they go pretty far, if we look at them, in isolating, identifying critical issues regarding the Jackson presidency. But I'm going to suggest that they're actually much broader than that. They really go to the heart of trying to govern this country. I might say that they go so far as delineating the problems of governing any democracy. Maybe that's a little bit too ambitious for today, but let's just say the democracy that we have under our particular Constitution. But before I get to the crises, I have to talk a little bit about Andrew Jackson, because, well, I guess I could say that Andrew Jackson treated life almost as a permanent crisis. Jackson was one who seemed to attract crises. And a lot of this had to do with his outlook on life. I've studied a number of presidents, and presidencies do not, what shall I say, perfectly reflect the tenet, that particular tenet of the White House. But there is a really strong connection. There are certain presidents who are combative, and not surprisingly, they tend to get into combat with Congress and with other people they deal with. Other presidents are rather more relaxed, and they tend not to find themselves in the middle of crises. In this regard, I suppose the presidency is a lot like life generally. I'm sure you know people, maybe you are a person who takes life as a combat, and you're probably, or that your friend is always fighting with people. And then other people are just more relaxed. So the presidency is an institution, but the president is a person. And the person has a strong influence on how the presidency plays out, at least while that person is president. Anyway, Andrew Jackson had a difficult life. His father died before he was born. He was orphaned. His mother died when he was about 14 years old. Now, this was at a time when Andrew Jackson was already involved in the Revolutionary War. He was born in 1767. At the age of 13, he became a courier for the American forces in the Carolinas, in the backcountry of the Carolinas. Now, for those of you who remember your American history, I have to be careful here. One time I was trying to make a statement like this. I was speaking to a group of mostly retired people, and I'm looking around there. I'm guessing a few of you may be retired, but it was a continuing education program at the University of Texas. And the average age in the room, the folks there wouldn't have taken amiss if I had guessed that the average age was probably 70. So what I intended to say was, because I was talking about Benjamin Franklin, and I intended to say that you will remember that when Parliament passed the Stamp Act in 1765, it raised a great ruckus. Well, I mean, actually, excuse me. What I intended to say was you will remember from your study of American history, but I left out the study of American history. And one elderly gentleman in the back of the room, silver-haired, stood up right then in the middle of the lecture. And he said, "Young man, how old do you think we are?" Anyway, so you may remember from your study of American history that the fighting in the American Revolutionary War was most bitter in the Carolina backcountry. And one of the striking things to remember about it is it was most bitter not between the Americans and the British, between Americans and Americans, between the patriots and the loyalists. And Jackson found himself right in the middle of that. He was a young man. He was 13 years old, but he was very good on a horse. And I guess as a young man, the people who enlisted him into service felt that perhaps the British would lay off a kid. And so he was carrying messages to and fro. But in fact, within a few months, he was captured. And he was, I have to think, he was one of the, I'm not sure I should call him a soldier exactly, because he wasn't bearing arms, but he was certainly one of the youngest participants in the Revolutionary War at the age of 13. That's pretty young. And he was a prisoner of war by the time he was 14. And it was during this particular time that Jackson developed a particular way of thinking about the world, but especially about the British. He was a British prisoner of war. He was a young man. He had always been feisty. He was always skinny. He always had to sort of fight for everything that he got, for any kind of respect. And when a British officer came in and in a very imperious tone told Jackson to shine his boots, that is the officer's boots, Jackson refused. So you can shine your own boots. And the officer, outraged that this kid should say this, and a rebel besides, took out his sword and took a swipe at Jackson's head. Now, Jackson was able to get his hand up to block the blow, but it cut his hand and it creased his skull. And for the rest of his life, Jackson bore a scar on his head and a slight dent in his skull. And he developed an abiding animosity toward the British. He never could believe that the British would do anything right, just, good, worthy, or anything. For Jackson, the British were the enemy, the constant enemy. It didn't matter if the United States was formally at war with Britain. The British were out to get the United States. And there are reports of Jackson at various times in his life when he was upset with somebody or other, not necessarily some British person, but upset with somebody. It could be Henry Clay or John Calhoun or somebody like that. And involuntarily, his hand would go to his forehead and he would feel that crease. And he could remember, I'm sure this wasn't, at this point it wasn't conscious, but he could sort of remember that the world is a dangerous place. And this is the important thing to remember about Jackson. To Jackson, the world was a dangerous place. Jackson went from his service in the Revolutionary War. He inherited some money when his mother died, but he quickly squandered that gambling and racing horses. For want of anything better to do, he decided to become a lawyer. And so he read law, and this is in North Carolina, and he took the bar exam. It was an oral kind of exam. He took the bar exam, he passed, and he decided that there were probably already too many lawyers in North Carolina. So at least in the eastern half of North Carolina, he decided that he would do what any number of people have done in the course of American history. He would go west because there were greater opportunities in the west. There weren't so many lawyers in the west. So he headed out to the west, to Nashville, which at the time was still part of North Carolina. It was the western part of North Carolina, but it would become a state. And Jackson would be one of the first people to be there. Now, getting out there was a task in itself, and travelers from the settled regions of North Carolina out to Nashville were well advised to wait until there was a critical mass of people going, because travelers between North Carolina and Nashville were commonly subject to attack by Indians. And when Jackson gets to Nashville, it is still surrounded by Indians. And I won't go into sort of why there was constant warfare on the frontier between the Indians and the white settlers, but there was. Actually, one thing I will add to this is that it occurred to me when writing about Jackson that one of the ways to understand Jackson was as simply a chief of a different tribe. And the tribe was the Scots-Irish who settled on the frontier, who had felt themselves embattled in the various places they had been, including on the frontier. And so with Jackson, life was a struggle. Life was a battle. Life was a crisis. And the battle in his early years in Tennessee often consisted of defending the Nashville community against Indian raids, and then taking preemptive raids, on behalf of the Nashville community. He fairly early on became the commander of the Tennessee militia in his district. And so he became the person most responsible for defending Tennessee, defending the women and children, the community of Nashville, against Indians. It was a wild frontier. It was one where the casualties from Indian raids, and of course the other way around, Indian casualties from American raids, were a constant part of life. Very often people wouldn't go to the well without carrying a rifle with them for fear that they would be attacked. The reason I say all this is to try to recreate for you the mindset of somebody like Andrew Jackson, because he became successful, but the success was a consequence of his willingness to look upon life as a struggle. He felt that life was a struggle. If he let down his guard, then danger, perhaps disaster, would ensue. And one of the reasons that Jackson became politically successful in Tennessee, and eventually politically successful in the country, is that his view of life resonated with all sorts of other people, and especially with people on the frontier. Jackson will become, I'm going to jump ahead a little bit, he became the first Westerner to become president, the first one who lived across the Allegheny Mountains, and he brought that Western view to Washington and to American policy, domestic policy, and foreign policy. Jackson, I'll very briefly digress, it's not really a digression, into Jackson's married life, because actually this is going to reinforce what I've just been saying. Jackson fell in love with Rachel Donaldson Roberts, and he found her attractive and she liked him. The problem was that she was already married to somebody else. But this other person,
oh yeah, this gets good.
Roberts, was a very unreliable person. He would be gone for months at a time. He may have abused Rachel in one way or another. She certainly let Andrew Jackson believed that that was the case. And he was a boarder in her mother's house at a time when she had come back from where she was living with her husband because he had become intolerable. And so she came home. And some kind of sparks struck fairly quickly between Jackson and Rachel. But there was this question of, well, where's her husband? And had he abandoned her? And the laws on divorce were much more stringent in those days than today. Now, today, Rachel simply would have filed for divorce, gotten a divorce, and that would have been that. But in those days, divorce was very difficult. The only way you could get a divorce was to get a special bill passed through the state legislature. So there was no general divorce law. And then there was the question of, well, does abandonment, does desertion meet the threshold, the requirement for divorce? And what happens if the person disappears and dies? You don't know if he's dead or not. So this question of what were Andrew Jackson and Rachel going to do? Well, in fact, chalk it up to young love, young passion or something. They basically decided that they would elope. And they headed off, and they may or may not have gotten married in Spanish-controlled Natchez along the Mississippi River. But when they came back, they sort of let out to the community that we are now husband and wife. Well, there was this question, well, what about your former husband? And well, had he gotten a divorce? Because there were stories that he had filed for divorce with the Virginia legislature because they had gotten married in Kentucky, which was then part of Virginia. But that was a long way away, and they couldn't tell whether the divorce had gone through. Now, as a matter of fact, they were not thinking that this was going to be a big deal, and it would not have become a big deal. I would not be talking about this. You would not have heard about this except for what none of them anticipated, that Andrew Jackson become famous. At the time, he was a very obscure lawyer in the backwoods of the Western United States. And who cared, actually, except for maybe Roberts and a few other people? Well, in fact, so when he heard that Jackson had taken up with Rachel, he decided he wanted out of this wedding. And so he filed for divorce on grounds of adultery. And at which point, when the divorce finally came through, then Jackson and Rachel are faced with, okay, so what do we do about this? Now we know that you are actually divorced, and which suggests that the wedding ceremony, if any, and it's unclear that there actually was one, but the one we've been telling people there was, that was invalid because, if you're actually married to somebody else. So should we get married again? And Jackson stoutly resisted this because to do it would admit that they hadn't been legally married before. And initially he said, no, we're not going to do this. But finally, various people said, you really ought to do it. And he did. But he always thought that was probably a bad idea because it really did cast a shadow over the first part of the relationship. Again, no one really would have cared much, except that Jackson became famous. And when he did, people had an incentive. If they wanted to get a rise out of Andrew Jackson, they would raise questions about, so who was it that you married, and wasn't she married to somebody else? Well, people eventually discovered that you did this sort of thing to Jackson at your peril. Andrew Jackson, as far as I know, I'm pretty sure about this part, Andrew Jackson is the only president of the United States ever to have killed a man in cold blood. I think he's the only president of the United States ever have killed a man with his own weapon. Now, it's possible that George Washington actually killed somebody, had fired a gun. I know Theodore Roosevelt liked to brag that he had killed a Spanish soldier in Cuba during the War of 1898. I'm pretty sure he's wrong. I mean, if you read the letters there, the first time he says, I shot at this fleeing Spaniard. I think I may have winged him. The second time he tells the story, I hit him. The third time he tells the story, and he went down dead. So anyway, so And now the circumstance of killing a man with cold blood, Charles Dickinson had gotten in a dispute with Jackson over a horse race. But it escalated, and no one knows exactly what Dickinson said to cause Jackson to insist on having recompense. But there's strong reason to believe that Dickinson, who did this in part because he was trying to make a name for himself in the Nashville area, and no better way than to fight a duel with the leading citizen of Nashville. And he either gathered or somebody told him, you know, if you really want to get Jackson to go off, say something about Rachel. Well, it was said of Andrew Jackson that he was a person in whom you could see his rising temper when he was getting mad. And his face would flush, and he would start to talk loudly up to a certain point. But when he got really angry, then all of a sudden he would get deathly quiet. And apparently this is what happened when Dickinson crossed that line, because all of a sudden Jackson gets really quiet. And Dickinson understood, uh-oh. So they had this duel. And dueling was illegal in Tennessee. So they went across the border into Kentucky, where it was actually illegal too, but nobody ever prosecuted there. And this, by the way, this was just 2 years after the more famous duel.
Hey, good morning, Roz. How you doing?
Which, of course, was
Well, thank you,
illegal in most
ma'am.
states where they were. But nonetheless, this was the way things were done.
We need more
Now, I
people
won't
in the
give you
audience
I won't
like
give you
you.
the detailed story of the duel. I do with my students, especially. Occasionally, I speak to elementary school or junior high school students. And the seventh graders, they're a tough crowd. They're a whole lot tougher than you. You're an easy crowd because they all have to be there, and they're not interested in the stuff that happened ages ago. But once I start talking about the duel, and I get people to play the different roles, oh, great fun. Anyway, so he kills this guy. Now, there were plenty of people who thought, this is appalling that a major public figure kills a man in a duel. Didn't duels go out 100 years ago? But the thing is that there were plenty of people in America who thought that made Jackson all the more qualified to lead something, be president of the United States, because a lot of them would say, well, yeah, the guy insulted his wife. That's what I do too.
Well, Roz, I have actually, decided that, seems like everybody likes when I do a Saturday show. So, I'll just save the fuckery for then. But I don't know. It's kind of funny. And it's also kind of a disappointment that, I see John started a show. And of course, everybody wants to go over there to see what John's got going on. But I'm going to be honest. To me, that it's kind of one note, I'm just more interested in American history and some things that really, some 60-year-old fucked up tenet of John, other than, just kind of wallowing in the depravity, in the dysfunction, it does nothing to affect my life other than sheer entertainment. And I guess the point of YouTube channels and stuff like that is entertainment. But the funny thing is after a certain point, I personally don't get entertained by it. I don't know how many times, once John gets into his little, blacks can do no right routine, I literally go to another channel because it gets repetitive and it's also kind of like not real life. So, I'll just have to for Friday night. No, more like Saturday morning. But who knows? But I guess what I'm doing is just making an excuse. I tend to want to look at stuff that I'm interested in. If I had to basically not be me, if I had to go and make up this sort of stuff, I don't feel that way. I don't think all black people are fucked up. I think America has some problems, but I don't even think America's fucked up for all its many problems. So I would much rather just have, 10 people in the audience who appreciate what I'm doing and can converse back and forth than have, 80 people while I have to, do something I don't particularly enjoy doing. So, it'll come, and, thank God I don't have to do this for a living. The audience will come or it doesn't, and I'll just have to deal with, yeah. Yeah, but you know what, Dirty Dude? I got tired of that too. It can only be funny. And the funny thing is that the people that were doing this sort of Friday night fuckery weren't particularly funny. If you can do Friday night fuckery and actually bring some real comedy, that's one thing. But yeah, I'll do what I keep doing. And Andrew Jackson happens to be one of Donald Trump's favorite presidents. That's kind of why I'm looking at it. I've read a biography of Andrew Jackson maybe a couple years ago, but here's a professor who wants to talk about it, so I don't have to read and talk about it. Let's learn something new. It might even give you insight into Donald Trump. I know it has me. You know what? And it's funny though, Dirty Dude. I actually do go back every now and again. Born Rich seems to be preeminent now that he's gotten monetized. I think Born Rich is a fucking fool. And pretty much anytime he's on a panel, I find it unwatchable. But occasionally I'll go see Dre Too Much. He's pretty entertaining. The other shows, not so much. Dre Too Much is actually pretty funny.
Now, the reason I say this is to underscore this business of the combativeness of Jackson, but also Jackson's appeal to American voters. Now, for the most part, appeal to voters it wasn't that crucial when Jackson was a young man, because, as perhaps you know from your study of American history, that early on in the American national period, the electors for president were not by and large chosen by popular vote. They were chosen by state legislatures. And so a presidential candidate's popular appeal, that is for the people at large, was much less important than a presidential candidate's ability to connect with members of state legislatures. But during the Jacksonian era, and one of the reasons I wrote about Jackson was I wanted to see how democracy was born in this country. And you can follow a lot of it through the career of Andrew Jackson. Anyway, Jackson becomes nationally famous during the War of 1812. Jackson is really the sole genuine hero of the War of 1812, a war that for the most part was pretty disappointing from the American standpoint. It included various attempts to invade Canada, and they didn't go anywhere. It ended with, the phrase was, on the basis of the status quo ante bellum, which basically means, forget it. So you have this war. Americans went in with high hopes they were going to seize territory and smite the British and all this, and at the end, just And as you will remember from your study of American history, the Battle of New Orleans, which was Jackson's finest hour, took place 2 weeks after the treaty was signed in Europe. Now, some people say, therefore, it should be simply a footnote to the war. I would suggest, actually, that it was more than that. Because what the British intended, remember, Jackson has this thing that the British are out to get the United States. He fought against them in the Revolutionary War. He fights against them in the War of 1812. And it's quite clear that their strategy in attacking the mouth of the Mississippi was that they were going to split American territory in two, right up the line of the Mississippi. And they were going to create, if they could, some kind of friendly but non-American state in the western part of the Mississippi Valley. Perhaps it was going to be an alliance with various Indian tribes, but they were going to hem in, they were going to contain the United States. They were going to contain this infection of republicanism just as, I would say, the United States tried to contain Soviet communism during the Cold War. And so you prevent America's growth, and you can stop this noxious thing from spreading. Okay, so by defeating the British at New Orleans, Jackson prevented this happening. Now, one could say that, yeah, the war's over, didn't really count. I'm not sure that that's actually the best interpretation, because although the treaty had been signed, you will remember, in this case from your personal experience, that the SALT II Treaty was signed but never ratified. Treaties don't take effect until they're ratified. And the treaty had not been ratified by either, the Treaty of Ghent had not been ratified by either side at the moment of the Battle of New Orleans. And had the British won, they would have plenty of incentive to just forget the treaty and continue with their offensive. Okay, but now something odd happens. It takes about 3 weeks for the news to get from Ghent in Belgium, what's going to become Belgium, to the east coast of the United States, to New York, to Washington, and so on. The Battle of New Orleans takes place 2 weeks after the signing of the treaty, and the news from New Orleans takes a little less than a week to get to these cities, New York and Washington. So Americans hear the news of the victory at New Orleans, Jackson's great victory, and then they hear shortly thereafter that the war is over. And you might infer cause and effect from here. We won at New Orleans, and Jackson's the great hero, and the war ends. The British, of course, had to quit after their smashing defeat at the hands of Andrew Jackson. Andrew Jackson became I think it's fair to say, the most popular figure of his generation. He was the hero. In fact, he was often referred to as simply the hero. When I was writing about Jackson, I was trying to figure out if there was any way to quantify Jackson's popularity. And I knew perfectly well that there were no public opinion polls, no public, popular approval rating at that time, so that wouldn't work. I thought about, well, maybe I should read newspaper editorials and see if they're for or against Jackson. But then I thought, that's not so good, because in those days, sort of even more than today, I mean, way more than today, newspapers were often simply organs of political parties. And their position on individuals were perfectly predictable from whichever party operated and funded the paper. So I thought, I'll let you decide whether this was a brainstorm or not. I decided, okay, how can I measure the popularity, the fame of an American public figure? I happen to be flipping through an atlas. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to the index of the atlas. I'm going to go to the back. And I'm going to count the number of entries for things that are named Jackson. So Lake Jackson, Mount Jackson, Jacksonville, Jackson City, and so on. And I'm going to compare that with the other popular place names. And you know what? At least in my atlas, there are more Jacksons than there are anybody else. The ones who come in close behind, can you guess who the other two are?
Washington, Jefferson.
Franklin, there we go. Washington and Franklin. And I would suggest that this even understates Jackson's popularity, because Washington and Franklin had a whole generation's head start on Jackson. A lot of things that were already named. Now, I allow that there might be those odd places named for, I don't know, Stonewall Jackson, but just as there would be something named for some other Franklin, but anyway. But Jackson was this exceedingly popular, and I use the word popular advisedly because that's what I want to get at. He was, by the political classes, by the people who actually sort of thought they ran the country, Jackson was considered something of a wild man. He was this, well, they often use the term military chieftain. And, we've been out there fighting the Indians, so he's kind of like a chieftain. But they talked about if Jackson should ever become president, this is sort of like Julius Caesar taking over or something like that.
One thing that that strikes me, and I've said this before, we have stopped for one reason or another, maybe since Bill Clinton. I can't think of any president other than Bill Clinton who has done any active military service. And I really kind of miss that. I wonder what Trump would have been like had he been exposed, because I think he did go to a military school for high school. If I recall, his father sent him there, trying to instill some discipline in him. But I kind of wonder what Trump would be like had he been exposed to active military service, where, if you want to be demonstrative, you have to know when to turn it on and when to turn it off. I find a lot of these presidents of late, including Obama, who I think Obama was probably the most disciplined of all the presidents. Supposedly he was Mr. Cool, but I have found these presidents really, since Clinton forward, have really just been undisciplined, just kind of, no bearing, no discipline. They're not problem solvers, it seems. So anyway, maybe it's just me being old and cranky, but these presidents have no discipline these days.
And it's fair to say that Jackson was the favorite of neither of the political parties, at least at first. And actually, by this time, the Federalists are more or less fading away. So there's sort of a single party, and it's going to break up into two parties. One, which is going to be the Jacksonian faction. It's going to become the Democratic Party. But anyway, Jackson does some various things. He seizes Florida from the Spanish, in large part because he fears the British are using the Spanish as a cat's paw. Jackson is a real Anglophobe. He's got England on the brain. And if I get a chance, I'll tell you the last chapter of his life, which is all about fear of Britain. And maybe somebody better ask the question, because I need to get to what I'm actually going to talk about. Okay, so Jackson gets elected president, but not on his first try. Jackson gets elected president on his second try. The first try was the election of 1824, in which Jackson polled the most popular votes. And by the way, 1824 is the first election where popular vote returns are generally recorded. If you look in your encyclopedia or whatever, you see the popular vote from 1789 to 1820, the popular votes aren't recorded. You're just the electoral vote. But in 1824, for the first time, you see the popular vote recorded. And Jackson got he got the more popular votes than any of the other major candidates. He did not get a majority of the electoral votes, so the race went to the House of Representatives, where his rivals ganged up on him as he saw it. The number 2 finisher, John Quincy Adams, allied with the number 4 finisher, Henry Clay. Clay was Speaker of the House, and Clay managed to swing a majority in the House under the rules by which presidents are chosen in those cases to Quincy Adams. With the result that Jackson and his supporters believed that the election of John Quincy Adams was illegitimate. This was a denial of the principle of, and first, I think that maybe it's the first time I'm using the term democracy. This is the idea that people, ordinary people, can vote for president, not just state legislators, not just the folks who are wealthy. I guess I should have added briefly that qualifications for voting are becoming less stringent, especially starting in the West, but gravitating back toward the East. So more and more ordinary people can vote. Now, in fact, of course, this leaves out most African Americans and most women, but the idea that any adult white male can vote, that you don't have to be educated, you don't have to be rich, you don't have to have lived there for 10 years or something like that. The idea that ordinary people can actually exercise political power. This was the revolution of Jackson's generation. This was the birth of American democracy. And democracy was frustrated the first time when the old guard and the old system denied Jackson his presidency. If you think that political campaigns last a long time these days, the election campaign of 1828 began on Inauguration Day, 1825, because the Jacksonians, I'll call them Jacksonians because they're not yet calling themselves Democrats, but they will, they believed that Quincy Adams had stolen the election. The term that they used was a corrupt bargain, and the bargain was, apparently, or at least tacitly, that Adams gets the presidency and Henry Clay gets the Secretaryship of State, which in those days was the heir apparent to the presidency. So Clay pushes Adams to the presidency, thinking that he'll be the next one along. The Jacksonians go out and they start campaigning right away. The election campaign of 1828 was one of the most bitter, one of the dirtiest in American history. Duels were fought. If you think that politics is low and dirty today, when was the last time we had a duel? Now, really, We're just playing softball compared to what they played in the old days. And it gets even maybe worse than this. I mean, you can decide on this. In my opinion, the marriage of...
Yeah, I made a point yesterday. One of the advantages of, liking American history is you realize that there's really nothing new under the sun. A lot of things that you see happening, during these political campaigns, literally has happened before. Duels.
Andrew and Rachel Jackson is one of the great love stories in American history. There was this cloud over the origins of the marriage, but they were utterly devoted to each other. And it got a little bit difficult at times because, and perhaps you've seen this in relationships, Jackson became famous. Jackson became this great man. And Rachel remained the simple Tennessee girl that she had been. She didn't like politics. She didn't like fame. She liked nothing more than sitting in a rocking chair on her veranda, smoking her corncob pipe. Well, this was fine with Jackson. He thought she was the most beautiful, the most precious person in the world, but all sorts of people thought that, boy, what a hayseed, what a rube. And they would make fun of Rachel's behind Jackson's back. They learned from the Charles Dickinson experiment, you had to do it behind his back. But they also recognized that once Jackson became a national figure, he really wasn't about to start dueling with people, although he wished that he could, because in the election campaign of 1828, Jackson's opponents, the supporters of John Quincy Adams, they circulated all sorts of rumors, all sorts of stories, starting with the true ones about Rachel and the clouded nature of the marriage, but all sorts of slanders and libels against Rachel, to the point where Rachel suffered a nervous breakdown during the campaign. And she suffered a physical breakdown at the end of the campaign, and she died. Between Jackson's election and what would be his inauguration, she died. Jackson was prostrate with grief. He threw himself down on the ground beside her grave in the rain in Nashville, the Hermitage outside of Nashville, and his friends had to bodily pick him up and take him inside and clean him off. He seriously thought about not even going to Washington, just resigning the presidency before being inaugurated. He didn't think he could carry on. He did say on a number of occasions that he knew he would never be happy again until he was reunited with Rachel in heaven. But he was eventually persuaded to go to Washington, if only to get his revenge on those people who had killed his darling. Okay, so this is the guy who becomes president at the beginning of 1829. Now, I promised story of two particular crises and how they played out. When Jackson became president, South Carolina was already agitating for a showdown over taxes. Now, the particular tax bill in question was called by, not by its supporters, you can imagine, the tariff of abominations. A tariff, for heaven's sakes. It's worth remembering, though, that tariffs in the 19th century were the chief form of taxes. There were no income taxes. So if people argue about taxes today, and they do, well, just translate that back into the 1920s. They were arguing about taxes, but they called them tariffs. But the deeper question was, who holds final sovereignty in the United States? Is it the national government or is it the state governments? And I would point out to you that this is a question on which the framers of the Constitution decided not to take a stand. Basically, they punted on this one. And they knew they had to because, well, if they were going to get the states to give up their sovereignty to sign this treaty, and there were some skeptics among the states, they had to leave it kind of open-ended. Yeah, the Constitution does say that the statute of the country shall be the ultimate law of the land, but there still is this question, what if Congress passes a law that's unconstitutional? Because at that point, nobody quite knew what unconstitutional meant and who would decide these questions. Now, today, well, it goes to the Supreme Court. Well, questions like this had gone to the Supreme Court, although not the question of secession, or the term was nullification. Can a state refuse to enforce a federal law within its own boundaries? That's what nullification was about. And in fact, distinguished opinion, starting with Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, had said, yeah, the states can do this. Jackson took just the opposite view. Jackson considered himself a states' rights man. He believed that the states were more likely to make wise laws, make good decisions than the federal government was. The closer government was to the people, the better the governance. That was his general philosophy. But Jackson drew a sharp line between states' rights and secession, or nullification, because secession was the obvious consequence of nullification. And he drew a sharp line. Why? Because he remembered, as he stroked his head, that the British were out there and they were waiting to pick the American states off one by one. Jackson, I have to reiterate this, Jackson thought the world was a dangerous place. And that danger was something Jackson had felt personally. And as President of the United States, he felt it institutionally for the country. And he believed that secession, the separation of the states, would open the United States up to attack, threat, coercion by foreign powers, starting with the British. Now, Jackson believed that nullification was wrong, that secession was war against the United States. Things got rather difficult because the principal spokesman for secession was his vice president, John Calhoun. Now, Calhoun's role in fomenting or articulating the secessionist theory, the nullification theory, was not entirely known, but it was clear that the country had this administration where the president stood for holding the Union together at all costs, and the vice president was taking the opposite idea. And there was a moment of great drama on the birthday of Thomas Jefferson. And by this time, we're now in the early 1930s, they're calling themselves Democrats. But they're from the original Jeffersonian Republicans, you know, the name switches. Okay. And so even then, they held their Jefferson Day dinners to celebrate the founder of their party. And it was a moment when all the big wigs in the party would show up. And they would make toasts. And they would make points with their toasts. And sometimes the president showed up, sometimes presidents didn't show up. But on this particular occasion, Jackson showed up. Now, Andrew Jackson was never an effective public speaker. He had a rather reedy voice. He often coughed. He was chronically sick from the time he was young. Sometimes he lived simply on tobacco and alcohol. But this time he showed up. And while the other great orators were there, including Calhoun, and they sort of, this was at a time when Americans appreciated oratory. It was one of the great indoor sports. Well, they heard that Jackson was going to be there. But Jackson didn't have a big voice, which of course made it all the more effective. Because when Jackson's turn came, he spoke in a low voice, and everybody had to listen very carefully. And he said, our federal union, it must be preserved. So he was throwing down the gauntlet to those who would say, you know what? The states put this country together. The states can take it apart if they want. When South Carolina persisted, saying that if the federal government tried to enforce that law, the tariff law, within the borders of South Carolina would exercise its right to secede from the Union. Jackson got his Secretary of War to draw up plans for an invasion of South Carolina. And he prepared to lead the invasion himself. At the moment of crisis, a congressman from South Carolina came to the White House. This was just before the winter break, and he was about to go back to South Carolina. And he dropped in. He said, Mr. President, do you have any message for my constituents? And Jackson said, yes, I do. Please tell my friends in South Carolina. Now here I'll point out. Exactly where Jackson was born is a little bit unclear. It was somewhere on the border between North and South Carolina. He played it for greatest effect whenever he wanted to. So at this point, he was speaking as a South Carolinian. He said, please tell my friends in South Carolina that if a single drop of blood is shed against the United States, I will hang the first person I find from the highest tree in the state. Now, the South Carolina congressman took the message back to South Carolina. And when Andrew Jackson threatened physical harm against people, given his record with Charles Dickinson, people took it seriously. And in fact, the crisis passed. South Carolina withdrew its demands. Now, Jackson was a sufficiently astute politician to allow South Carolina a face-saving out. But he made very clear that you can debate issues of taxes, of governance, but the debate has to stop short of the point where you say, we are leaving this union. Okay, this is in the end of 1832, the beginning of 1833. Now, Jackson, in kind of accepting the victory, commented, he understood this issue hasn't gone away. But he said, the next time it's going to be over the slavery question, which of course is how things turned out. Okay, but actually it does raise an interesting issue. What if Andrew Jackson had been president in 1861? Would Southern states have had the nerve to go out? Jackson made very clear before South Carolina passed any ordinance of secession, this means war, and you're going to bear the brunt of it. Now, one of the effects of this was to deter the secessionist movement in South Carolina, perhaps even more important, to scare away any other Southern states from perhaps joining South Carolina. Suppose Abraham Lincoln had taken that strong position. That's actually too much of a supposition, because Abraham Lincoln, as far as we know, had not killed anybody. And anyway, but it is interesting to keep in mind. Okay, the second crisis. The second crisis has to do with the Bank of the United States, but it's a broader issue than that. And it requires you to do something that, well, I think you have to do if you want to understand history as it was lived. You know, one of the things we use to examine history is we use the advantage of hindsight. We know how things turned out, and therefore we know what to look for when we go in the past. I'm going to suggest to you, however, that if you really want to understand how the world looked to the people who were living it, you have to abandon hindsight. You have to forget everything that happened after that moment in time that you're looking at. Because, of course, the people that you're studying didn't know how things were going to turn out. And I'm going to actually raise it on 2 points right now. We know that American democracy survived. Here in the year 2013, the United States is a functioning democracy. We can debate over how well it's functioning, but we do hold elections and people vote and all of this stuff. And it's tempting, knowing how things turned out, to think that, well, that was kind of inevitable and it was going to happen. Well, maybe that's so, although actually I'm going to say it wasn't inevitable at all. In fact, I'm going to say it even didn't happen. I'm going to say that American democracy actually crashed during the Civil War. But we'll get to that. I mean, because, you know, if democracy is about anything, it's about resolving our issues at the ballot box, not on the battlefield. If you have a civil war, whatever system you had failed. But leave that aside. Jackson didn't know that democracy was going to survive. He had seen the opponents of democracy steal one election, they might steal the next one. And given Jackson's attitude toward the world, that it's a dangerous place, that there are people out there who wish us ill and will do us harm at first opportunity, he believed that democracy was something that had to be defended at every turn. This was his attitude toward the nullification crisis. We can't just take a relaxed view of this. The existence of this country, the existence of democracy is at stake. Okay, now on the Bank of the United States question. The Bank of the United States was kind of a private forerunner of the Federal Reserve, and it tried to answer a perennial question in American economic and fiscal and monetary policy, and that is, what is money? Who makes money? Who determines how much there will be? Who determines its value? The issue, of course, has not gone away. As anybody who's been following the debate over Ben Bernanke and his handling of the Fed and the quantitative easing, the expansion of the money supply, and all this stuff. It is a complicated issue that is always with us. In the early 19th century, well, first in the late 18th century, Congress decided to hand it over to well, a private version of a central bank. It was called the Bank of the United States. And it was a bank that had a privileged position with respect to American federal deposits and the like. And it essentially set monetary policy, and in ways not unlike the way the Fed does it today. But it was stoutly resisted by people who thought, wait a minute, money is too important to be handed over to private interests, because everybody depends on money. Everybody is affected by the quantity of money, the value of money, and so on. In a democracy, this is a decision that ought to be made by the representatives of the people, not the representatives of the rich, because everybody needs money. So the first bank of the United States was chartered, and it started in 1791. It lasted till 1811. And it was chartered by the Federalists. It was allowed to lapse under the Republicans. They soon changed their mind. The War of 1812 came along, and it turned out that a central bank is pretty handy to have during wartime. And so the Madison and Monroe administration decided, okay, maybe we should have another Bank of the United States. So they rechartered it, and they got the second version. And the second version of the Bank of the United States was chartered in 1816, and it was on a 20-year run. In those days, corporate charters were not open-ended. Corporations were chartered for 20 years or so, kind of like, well, you know, a charter is in some ways a special license. So it's a little bit akin to a monopoly. And just like monopolies, just like patents, they run out. At least that was the feeling then. So the Bank of the United States was chartered from 1816, it was going to run until 1836. And it was something that actually came to the attention of the Supreme Court. And in the 1819 case of McCulloch versus Maryland, John Marshall, one could call him the last of the Federalists, said that the Bank of the United States is perfectly constitutional. And that seemed to settle the issue until Andrew Jackson became president. And Jackson took a view that is going to sound very odd, quite foreign to us, but in fact was rather unremarkable at the time. And that is that the Supreme Court, in its decisions, speaks for the judicial branch of government. It does not speak for the legislative branch, and it certainly does not speak for the executive branch. And so Jackson could wave aside the fact that the Supreme Court had ruled the Bank of the United States constitutional. He said it's unconstitutional. And this wasn't the only issue on which Jackson differed with John Marshall. It wasn't on which he adopted this view that the Supreme Court rules for the judicial branch, but the whole reason we have separate branches is so that we get the different views and different intelligence of different people. So the bank became the focus of the election campaign of 1832. Henry Clay wanted to ride the issue of the Bank of the United States into the White House. Henry Clay, by the way, is one of two individuals who holds the distinction of having achieved the nomination of a major party for president 3 times and never won once. Henry Clay has won. Do you know who the other one was? William Jennings Bryan. Very good. Yes. Which is kind of interesting if you think about it, because you have to be pretty popular to get nominated 3 times, but just unpopular enough not to get elected. Anyway, so Henry Clay collaborated with the director of the Bank of the United States, Nicholas Biddle, to apply to Congress for early renewal of the Bank of the United States, thinking that this would force Jackson's hand. Jackson would either have to succumb and approve the renewal, or conceivably he could veto the renewal of the bank's charter. But of course, that would derange American business, make Jackson very unpopular, and Henry Clay would waltz into the White House. This was the plan. So the bank charter was renewed, and Jackson took this as an affront, said, okay, you can renew this, but it's still unconstitutional. Now, Jackson's view of banks and bankers was fairly characteristic of a lot of people in the United States. Call it the populist wing of the American polity. And I'm going to suggest to you that some of this strain still lives. In that, when Jackson looked at banks and bankers, he could see that they were rich and they made a lot of money off of transactions that were necessary in the lives of ordinary people, but he couldn't see that they actually did anything worthwhile. So what do? They're simply money changers, and they take their cut. You know, Wall Street and the financial industry in the United States has, even very recently, come in for similar kind of criticism. What's all this derivative trading? You know, who gets any benefit out of this besides the bankers? Well, that was the Jacksonian view. So Jackson believed, well, I said that he was a states' rights man in politics. You could call him a states' rights man in banking as well. He thought that the Bank of the United States, holding this favored position in the nation as a whole, had an unfair advantage over the state banks. So, against the advice of many of his top counsel, certainly against the expectations of Henry Clay and Nicholas Biddle, and probably against the opinion of most American business, vetoed the bank charter. And Henry Clay thought, this is it, I'm going to win. Jackson had a better sense of what American opinion felt about banks. And he carried his re-election campaign easily. At which point, well, Henry Clay was distraught. He didn't know what he was going to do. Nicholas Biddle was outraged. Nicholas Biddle believed that he knew better what was good for Americans, for the American economy, than that Yahoo Andrew Jackson did, or than pretty much anybody else did. Now, I'm just going to point out that he was probably right. But to Jackson, that was immaterial. Jackson, of course, didn't believe that was right. And so Jackson decides that he is, since the bank is going to be winding down anyway, and since Nicholas Biddle, here was Jackson's problem with Biddle and a big central bank, was there was too much power in the hands of an unelected official. This is the age of democracy, Jackson said. Ordinary people should have as much control as possible over their own lives. And there's this one guy, Nicholas Biddle, and nobody elected, who can cause prices to go up, cause prices to go down. This is intolerable in a democracy. And in fact, Nicholas Biddle proved Jackson right. He tried to demonstrate the importance of the Bank of the United States by artificially engineering a financial panic, which caused interest rates to rise, which caused businessmen who needed to borrow money to go to Nicholas Biddle and said, Mr. Biddle, we need the money. He said, don't blame me. Go to the White House. So they went to the White House and said, Mr. President, you must relent. You must come up with some kind of deal. And Jackson said, don't come to me. Go to the man who has the money. Go to that monster. Jackson believed that Nicholas Biddle was declaring war on him, Andrew Jackson, and because he was the elected president of the United States, declaring war on the American people. And he turned to his vice president. He said, Mr. Van Buren, the bank is trying to kill me, but I will kill it. And he did. Jackson removed the federal deposits from the Bank of the United States. This was the lifeblood of the Bank of the United States. And the bank quickly slid into irrelevance. Its charter ran out in 1836, and that was the end of it. And it was a great triumph for democracy. The elected officials of the United States, the elected president of the United States, had triumphed over the unelected banker. It was a triumph for democracy, and it was a disaster for the economy. The termination of the Bank of the United States led to vast speculation funded by state banks in Western lands. The bubble burst. What followed was the Panic of 1837, the most serious panic in American history before the Civil War. Now, the lesson of this, since I'm getting to the end, the lesson is, well, in the case of Andrew Jackson never repented. He felt that he had done the right thing. By the time the panic hit, he was out of office, and it was somebody else's problem. But he still believed that there was a principle worth fighting for. And if it was a principle worth fighting for, he wasn't going to back down. But it does kind of raise a couple of issues. I'll start with the one about whether this triumph of democracy was good for the United States. And it's a kind of a deep question. The subtitle of my talk is The Troubled Birth of American Democracy. And I suggested instead that it could be sort of the permanent crisis of American democracy. And it has to do with these two issues that are exemplified by these two particular crises. So there's the one about nullification. Well, ever since the Civil War, No state, with the exception of the one that I live in, Texas, has ever really spoken, and even in Texas, the so-called secessionist movement in Texas is nobody takes it seriously. The governor of my state, Rick Perry, occasionally sort of talks out of one side of his mouth saying that, that's the right idea, but no, nobody's going to do it. So the Civil War settled the issue, I think. I mean, I actually raised this question. I'll raise it to you. Do you think it's settled forever? The Civil War settled the question of whether you can leave the Union. But it didn't settle the question of when you have a two-tiered system of democracy, where you have some decisions that are made at the national level and other decisions that are made at the state level, what do you do when push comes to shove? What do you do, for example, if, I don't know, just to pick something out of the blue, the Congress passes and the president signs, I don't know, the Affordable Care Act. And a bunch of states, including the state that I live in, Texas, and we don't like this. We think it's a terrible idea. And they do whatever they can to sandbag it, to opt out of it. So what do we do? Well, in fact, what we do now is we resort to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court said that in certain parts of the law, the states can opt out. But we still have not resolved this issue of how do you run a country when there are two levels that are often at odds with each other. And this is a problem that's not going to go away as long as we have this federal system. Now, I'm not saying we should undo the federal system, but I just think it's important to be aware that every system has its drawbacks. Then the other issue, the one about, well, the Bank of the United States, and whether the triumph for Jackson's democracy and the disaster for the economy. Well, what do we do about this? The fact that we have democracy is based on the idea that, generally speaking, the majority, with things carved out for minority rights, but generally speaking, the majority gets things right. But do you believe that that's always the case? Generally the case? Sometimes never the case. What do you do? I mean, this is going to become an issue, for example, after the Civil War. What do you do when a majority supports a policy that is, we could just call it various things, wrong, immoral, unethical, criminal? Is democracy, the fact that, we let people vote, is this any guarantee of good government? I mean, it's popular government, but is it good government? And I'm not going to weigh in on this. I guess I'll close. I don't want to leave you on a down note, but I will close by citing Winston Churchill on the subject. You know what Churchill said about democracy, and you will remember this maybe from your study of history. Some of you maybe you heard it. And he said that democracy is the worst form of government there is, except for everything else that's been tried. Okay, I'll stop there. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for suffering through that. But just something that's really interesting. I just got this this pop-up. Speaking of federal banks or national banks and the president, Donald Trump has called for this lady, Lisa Cook, never heard of her before now, to resign from the board of the Federal Reserve. And he has been, basically meddling in the Federal Reserve. He thinks that the Federal Reserve ought to lower interest rates. I have no idea why he wants to interfere other than he thinks that lowering interest rates will spur the economy higher. The problem with that is that lowering interest rates is going to heat up the economy, and there's already the threat of inflation. So lowering interest rates could possibly be a bad thing in that it creates another situation where inflation could rise. But this is a man who kind of models himself somewhat on Andrew Jackson, except the problem is Donald Trump really doesn't believe in democracy. Why he finds someone like Andrew Jackson fascinating, I don't know. But anyway, a lot of what happens in history does, repeat itself, or if not repeat, it kind of rhymes. So I'm going to play this. It's 2 minutes. Then I have one more video before I fold up the show for the day.
You're listening to Trump calls for resignation of Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook, a news story written by Patrick Svitek and read by an AI-generated voice. President Donald Trump on Wednesday demanded the resignation of Lisa Cook, a member of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors, in his latest effort to bend the independent central bank to his will. Trump issued the call after Bill Polt, director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, accused Cook of mortgage fraud and asked the Justice Department to investigate her. Cook must resign now, Trump wrote on his Truth Social network, sharing a media report about Polte's allegations. A spokesperson for the Federal Reserve did not immediately have a comment on Trump's call for Cook to resign and Polte's allegations. Cook could not immediately be reached for comment through the Federal Reserve. Trump has spent months pressing the chair of the Federal Reserve Board, Jerome H. Powell, to lower interest rates, mocking him with the nickname "Too Late," and raising the prospect he could try to remove Powell. Trump has also sought to exert pressure on Powell by scrutinizing renovations to the Fed's buildings, including during a tense trip to its campus last month. Powell's term as Fed chair ends next May. In targeting
I don't know if anyone's familiar with that trip over there, but Trump literally got embarrassed. He kept insisting that some figure or something was wrong. And then Powell gently reminds him that I forget exactly what the error was, but Trump literally got humiliated. Basically, he was doubling up on a figure or something like that. And the one comment I'll have to say about Trump, all these people for decades calling for a businessman to run the country and America should be run like a business. These people don't understand that a businessman and an economics guy, economics and business are two different things. If you're a great economist, you're not necessarily going to be a good businessman, and a businessman is not necessarily going to be a good economist. Economics studies systems. Businesses are very specific about, it's an industry, it's a sector, an economic sector. The businesses exist in an economic sector, whereas economics is a bigger picture. It's study of economic systems, and Trump is neither, quite frankly. Trump, he's not a good businessman. I mean, he's bankrupted a lot of them. And countries, nation states are not businesses. Whoever the fool is who thinks that Trump is good at running the country, Trump wants to run this country like it's his personal business, including making profits off of a lot of these things that he's doing, especially internationally. And this is only 7 to 8 months into Trump's term, and he's already put this country in a position where the economy's going along fairly well, but I want to see what it looks like at the end of the year. And the reason I bring this up, I just while that video was playing, the history video, I was looking at grocery prices because it's time for me to do some grocery shopping. And I'm going through Publix, just looking at some of the stuff that I normally buy. Grocery prices are not coming down. If anything, they are going up. And as silly as this sounds, I'm not a big sweets person, but I do like jelly beans. And at this point in time, Publix does its own brand of jelly beans. It's $1.50 more than it was at this time last year. That's just me estimating. Grocery prices aren't coming down, and Donald Trump would do better concentrating on what he can do to get, the stuff that people actually care about um, taken care of, or at least pretend to give some attention to it. And this is proof positive that the guy is nowhere near a populist. And, for the 80th time, MAGA is not a populist movement. It is a bunch of oligarchs who don't really care about grocery prices. What he cares about, Trump specifically, is his legacy. He cares about making sure that the Elon Musks of the world continue to have a major influence over government. So, I'll just leave it there. But I don't get the impression that Trump really understands the economy. So, this is going to be the last video of the day because I do have a couple things I need to do. Usually I'll do a longer show, but today isn't going to be that day. Everything is going up, and this week there's some big tariff. Oh shoot, yeah, about tariffs about to kick in. Just wait. People who fell for this BS are really stupid and gonna feel even more stupid soon enough. Absolutely right. And by the way, the egg prices I looked at, they're not as low as they were say 2 years ago. So I just don't know. I don't hear a whole lot of Trump is great these days. And I think it's starting to dawn over some of these YouTube characters who were so pro-Trump a year ago. I think it's starting to dawn on some people that this might not have been the best choice for president. A second time, that's what amazes me. First time wasn't bad enough. Second time, let's give him another chance. So this video, do black men appreciate toxic women? I'm gonna say YNs do. And of all people to talk about this topic, it's Chelsea Handler. And then there's kind of like a panel discussion after it. So I didn't watch the panel discussion all the way through, but given some of the stuff that happens in this sector, we got a bunch of manosphere types. We got you go to, some of these shows like Sharon Bracey, and practically every day it's why black men are so effed up, why black women are so effed up. It's your fault. It's your fault. You must submit. If you submit, I'll be a good leader. And, the women are like, well, you know what? You be a good leader and I'll submit. It makes me glad to be my age. I don't have to deal with any of this bullshit. But this definitely caught my attention. So let's see what she's got to say. And it is kind of made the hair stand on the back of my neck.
Black men in general, and this is a generalization, seem to appreciate women like me more than white men. I'm a lot of women. I say what I want to say. I do what I want to do. And that for some reason threatens a lot of men. They think I'm too loud or I'm too brass but I'm just acting like a man. There's something about black men that like that. They think that's cute. And they're turned on by my outrageousness or the fact that I don't give a that I want, that I'll say the thing. And so I like that. So there doesn't feel like such an imbalance. There's definitely like a cultural thing where black men, it feels like they appreciate that kind of thing more.
Is this a compliment to
I
black men?
I don't know. Hold on one second. I don't know how I could be more offended. Who made her the world's authority on black men? I was floored when I heard that. So this is the panel that reacts to it. It's the website. I'm sorry, the YouTube page is called Vulcan Soapbox. First time ever running into these folks, but they have some interesting things to say.
I don't think so. No.
Okay, no. Fast, too. Crystal,
I don't think so either.
2. All right. Fine. They fine. I'm just saying in different ways.
No,
Fine.
it's not.
Not. Okay, it's 3. Derek Bang.
Hell to the no.
So everybody's in agreement. Okay. All right. All right. So I'm going to ask y'all. Yeah. So what?
Well, you know what? I'm going to say that she's partially right. And the reason I think that is if you've ever listened to some of these panels, everywhere from listening to somebody, Dirty Dude, you know oh, damn it. Man, I'm having senior moments with names this morning. If you've ever watched like Benji's show or somebody like News and Shenanigans, it is mess. And a lot of these women, you remember Janet, Dirty Dude. These women are fucking toxic, but guys get involved with them anyway. So these women, Patty Rodriguez and the other woman, they disagree. I'm not sure that I disagree so much. I literally listening to, say, a John Galt or something. Hell yeah, they like toxic women. Because only toxic women are gonna like that mess. I wonder now, Chelsea Handler. I just don't think she's got the sort of reputation that she is toxic in and of herself, but I'm not sure she's 100% wrong in that black men, especially YNs, like that drama. And a lot of it is drama that they create themselves. So only a woman that's into drama is going to be wanting a YN who is a walking drama.
Well, go ahead and explain why. Let's start off with that.
I've actually never heard that before. I was really surprised because I think the complete opposite.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, yeah, I've never heard that before. That's, yeah.
Can you share what it is you do think, Patty?
I think that, well, the complete opposite. So I feel that, a black man is looking for someone who's going to bring peace, and non-toxicity, honor, respect, loyalty, a strong woman, right? But a helpmate. And so it's a complete opposite of someone who's going to be loud and use that type of vulgar language and all of that. There's plenty of that to, so no, not that.
Right. All right. Crystal.
I think this is a level question. But I think that this is definitely not a compliment to black men, because like Patty was saying, most people, no matter what color you are looking for someone who, brings not discord to the relationship, and somebody who is constantly argumentative, loud, this is how I am kind of thing or whatever, doesn't.
Now, I'm going to point out that all the people in this on this panel are men and women of a certain age. I'm not sure how much they're up on what actually goes on some of these panels where, the demographic is like 40 and below. I don't think they've come across some of the toxicity, dysfunction, and just plain old fuckery. It goes on. And I'm sure some of it is performative. I'm sure some of it is just, hey, I get on a YouTube channel, I've had a couple beers, and I'm just gonna show out. But, having been kind of, over the past 3 years, having been listening to a lot of these shows where young black females and young black males are up there on a panel, just going back and forth. I just don't see. I don't see a whole lot of people who are wanting peace in their lives. And you're certainly not going to get it up on a YouTube panel, except maybe mine. You know, if you come up on my panel and we're watching some history professor talk about a president, there might be peace, but you're only going to have about 4 people in the audience. The bigger shows where there is just, 100 people in the chat, it's almost always dysfunction in one way, shape, or form. And I kind of wonder, do people actually just kind of think about the panels that they're on?
Ring. I mean, I could say some other things, but that's the short answer of what I want to say.
Well, let me ask Patty and Crystal, if you had to guess, what percentage of Black men you think like that type of, or attracted to that kind of attitude? What, if you had to guess?
If at all, I'd have to say, I don't know, like 1%. I'm like stunned. That's just
1%.
not, yeah.
All right, Crystal?
I don't know the exact percentage. I know someone with this type of mentality, and let me tell you, she pushes everybody off. So I would probably agree with Patty, a very small, 5%.
All right, let's get Afana here.
Man, I can't even tell you what percentage, but I know 4 Black men that love that. That love it. They won't take it from a Black woman, but they will take that from a white woman.
Really?
Yes, I know 4 of them. 4 of them. So you're asking me for a percentage? Oh my goodness, I can't. Man, I have to almost say 60% from the ghetto, because that's 90% from the ghetto, trying to get out the ghetto, look for somebody like that. That's what I was. Yes, that's 4 of them that I know. So I mean, I don't know
you
why.
need to bring them on the show there.
Oh my God,
send them a text right now.
He's a truck driver out of Greenville, South Carolina. That's one of them. The other 2 are cousins of my wife in Newberry, South Carolina, and then the other one lives in Lexington, South Carolina.
Before I bring Derek in here, give like a quick example that you experienced, real quick, real fast, that you see. He's like, "Whoa, this is."
Well, I mean, these 4 guys, these 4 individuals, they only date white women.
All right,
but they don't want Black.
One quality, characteristic.
The other quality
gotta
is
be white.
They got to have money.
Okay.
Number 2, and they got to be loud. Like they got to be ghetto. They got to be loud.
So we got race, we got class, and they got to be loud.
Attitude. They love those 3 things. Yeah.
We gotta have those 3.
But again, these guys that never had jobs, been in prison, these are gangbangers. This is what they like. This is what they like.
So some guys that fell in hard times, they're willing to accept that.
Yeah,
right,
it's real. I'll tell you what. I'll give you another example. It was a lady.
Quick, because we gotta get Derek, gotta get everybody else. Make it quick.
Atlanta Housewives, Phoebe Parks. What is that? The lawyer.
Yeah, I'm not familiar.
She was Phoebe Parks. She was a very known attorney in Atlanta. She went and got somebody from the hood because he loved her. He was a fitness guy. He loved her because she was loud. She took control. He loved that.
I seen her.
Apollo was the dude.
Yeah,
Phaedra Park.
She represented a lot of Phaedra Park. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm looking at it like it was like night and day. I'm like, what did she see in him? But anyway, go ahead.
All right, let me get Derek in here.
I want to be the first to say what Ashley said. Not all Black men, and as we just proved on the panel, there's a certain demographic of Black men that would deal with any of that craziness.
Yep.
Definitely all Black men.
Well, Derek, I believe 50 Cent used to date her. That's a rich, wealthy guy.
Wow. Yeah, well, hey, but he's out. Hey, he's out. He's out. I mean, he's a rich thug. I mean, what do you mean?
Wait a minute,
He's a rich thug.
he used to date who?
That's it.
The lady that was just talking. It was the
Beaver Parks. Feature?
no, the Chelsea or Chandler. The video I just played.
Okay.
Whoa.
All right. So go ahead, Derek.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. I put this. We got to tackle this comment like right now, quick, fast.
All right, go ahead.
Black men like career women, boss ladies, not stay-at-home, family-oriented women. I'm sorry, whoever you are. I don't know what black men you're around. That ain't. I don't like none of that on the screen. I like the opposite of all of that on the screen.
The opposite.
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
All right,
let's see. Go ahead. If you got, go ahead.
All right, let's bring Volk in here. Is this a compliment?
Yeah, no, it's definitely not a compliment.
All right,
for sure.
And anything else you want to add? I asked what percentage of you think black men actually are attracted to these women and why. People gave their whys. Anything else you want to say on this topic?
I'll say this: if we were to do like an Olympics of all the different, I don't really believe in race. We're all just a human race, but I'll say different ethnic groups. I'll say that I think that African American men, and I say that to distinguish between black men because you got Nigerians, you got all different kind of black men in that group. I would say African Americans, I would imagine, would rank the lowest as far as being traditionally masculine.
Tread lightly.
And that being the case, I think they are more okay with masculine women than other groups because they're primarily raised by very dominant women. You know, the African American homes are almost 80% illegitimacy rate. So they're raised by women most of the time. And so they're a lot more open to women who are more masculine. Now, once you start getting into breaking that demographic down, you got a successful, guy who's been able to, work his way up the corporate ladder, and get exposed to different types of ways of running a home, and he has been more cultured, then he will, I think, will revert more to what you see in the Middle Eastern homes, Asian homes, Hispanic homes. Hispanic homes are very much male-dominated homes. Me being from a city that's predominantly Hispanic, a lot of the Hispanic women who date black men, one of the reasons why they'll say they date black men is because black men are a little bit less patriarchal than Hispanic men. You'll hear them say that kind of thing because in Hispanic culture, they tend to cater towards the males. Like, I have a friend of mine, when his mom comes to visit and the food's being made, if that wife's not on top of that, she's like, hey, what's going on over here? Why is she sitting down? The food's being made. Why is my son waiting to get her food? Where you see a lot of black moms, African American moms, will be like, he can do that himself.
Yeah, he better get his tail up and get it himself.
Exactly right. Now, you won't see that in Middle Eastern culture. You won't see that in Asian culture. So I would say, to her point, I do believe that.
Well, I don't know that comparison works. You don't see any of that in, straight line American culture. So I don't know. I think I'm going to wrap it up here. I didn't watch this video all the way through, but I think that the panel makes some interesting observations as well. But this thing where they want to compare, quote, black culture to Middle Eastern culture to Asian culture, I don't think those are apples and oranges. What happens in black households isn't that different. I would say, instead of saying it, black culture, I would literally say American culture. I don't know that you see a whole lot of, trad wives in American culture. So, and after a certain age, I mean, when you got teenagers, they should be serving themselves, because once teenagers get up, sometimes they're not even available, for family type dinners. My experience growing up is that, once we were in high school, there are a lot of times I might still be at a practice or some after school activity round about, the 6 o'clock dinner time. So I think there's some things, some details, some things that aren't being factored into some of these responses. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up here. If you are new to the channel, please make sure you hit the like button, share, subscribe and share. Hopefully I'll be monetized in 8 or 9 years, maybe sooner if I get a flood of new subs. So tell your friends about it, folks. And I will probably be back in the morning. Hopefully I'll do a longer show tomorrow. I've been tinkering with 6:45 as a startup time. I may go back to 5:45, but I'll have to give it some thought. So everybody, make sure that you have a good day. And who knows, I may get bored and start a show later on if I get an idea to talk about. But barring that, I will see everybody in the morning. It'll either be 5:45 or 6:45. So you all have a good day.